exhibits yesterday.
Yes. He goes,
Ignore
carry,
him
you know,
next time.
yeah, he said carry all this.
I'll be in my office.
So, Judge, our second witness is en route, so we do have one witness that hasn't been sworn, so we're bringing him to the courtroom right now.
Okay, well, how come you only have two? Are we only going to do two today?
The question was of multiple witnesses that haven't been sworn.
Yeah.
Oh, I have other witnesses, but they've already been sworn.
Oh, okay. Then we can do it at a break whenever the second one arrives. Yeah. No, I thought you had like.
Judge, she just got it.
Oh, she just got here. Okay. I didn't know if you wanted to swear them in.
Yeah, I can start.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I don't. The next week maybe. September 1st, okay for you?
Whenever.
Yes, but these two haven't been sworn.
Okay, if you all can please face me, I'm over here too. If you could please raise your right hand. Do each of you, the other one. No. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have you each been provided a copy of the standing order, or has it been explained to you?
I have.
Yes, okay, so you understand your responsibility with regards to the rule and what you can and cannot watch and talk and not talk about. Okay, thank you. You may put your hand down, go ahead and wait with your investigator. We'll call you when we're ready. Do we need to take anything out before the jury comes in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Call your next witness, Jay. Bring him up.
As stated this time called Michael Barrientes Vela.
He can come up. Bring him up. Did you say Michael Villanueva?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Jason, you go. Jason.
Sure, please, President.
I swore you in yesterday, right? Okay. You're going to remain under the same oath once you start talking.
Yes, I will. Yes, sorry.
It's okay. All right, thank you. You may be seated.
Before we begin, Zoom, do your prayer.
All right, thank you, State. Call your next witness.
At this time, Judge, the state calls Michael Villanueva to the stand.
Mr. Villanueva, you were previously sworn. You remain under the same oath. You may proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Villanueva, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court report?
Yes, hi. My name is Michael Villanueva, V as in Victor, Illanueva.
And Michael, where are you from?
I was from San Antonio mostly, born and raised in Corpus
How long have you lived in San Antonio?
since 1990.
And what do you do for a living?
Right now, I am currently at Bexar County Precinct 2 as administration clerk.
And what does an administration clerk do?
We just basically get all the civil paperwork ready for the deputies to take out, to do evictions, serve notice civil paperwork, whether it be subpoenas, summons, things according to the court paperwork, documentations that they need.
And how long have you worked as a Bexar County Precinct 2 clerk?
Since 2018.
And what did you do before that?
Before that, I was a 911 Bexar County SAPD dispatcher for the previous 9.5 years prior to that.
And prior to being a Bexar County dispatcher, what did you do?
I was also in the military. Did my 4 years of service, honorably discharged as a security forces member, which is basically saying like military police.
For what branch?
United States Air Force.
And have you ever testified before?
Never. It was my first.
Are you a little nervous today?
A little bit, but I'm okay. I'm comfortable. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And so why did you stop being a Bexar County dispatcher and become a Bexar County Constable Precinct 2 clerk?
What happened was my son was getting older, and as you know, dispatching is like the same with law enforcement. They're 24/7. So since my son was getting older in middle school at the time, I wanted to do something that was more with him. So I tried to find a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 occupation career, so that way I could be spending more time with him.
And when you transitioned over to the Constable Precinct 2's office as a clerk, was that a Monday through Friday job?
Yes, it was. But the weekends and the holidays off from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And when did you start as a clerk?
I went late October 2018.
And is that Precinct 2, the Constable's office, is that here in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes, it's 7723 Gilbo Road off of Bandera and Gilbo.
And at the time that you were hired as a Bexar County Precinct 2 clerk, who was the elected constable?
It was Constable Michelle Barrientes Vela.
Do you see her today in the courtroom?
Yes.
During your time there, could you explain to the jury what your duties were?
When I was at Precinct 2, again, pretty much the same concept of getting all the civil work paperwork ready for deputies, and also the additional roles of doing some of the park reservations, and getting them ready for the deputies to do on the weekends.
Okay, so describe for the jury when you start this new job, where is your work station?
I was given a desk in the front office space of it all, along with other clerks as well. When you walk in the main door, it's an open layout, and our desks are pretty much next to the walls in a big square, if you will.
And how many clerks worked at Precinct 2?
3.
Do you remember their names?
It was Jason Castellano and Susan Tristan.
And when you were assigned this work desk, were there already papers present?
Yes, they had a lot of files and folders in them, so I just kind of had to work around it a little bit.
And when you say work around it, what do you mean by that?
Oh, I had to use the other drawers on my desk to put like other paperwork, pins, folders, things of that nature.
And those documents that were already present at the workstation, what did you do with them?
Some were old. Some had old letterheads of the previous constable, like Val Flores. So I ascertained permission to get rid of them, if I had to shred them, or if I could archive them. They're just taking up space.
When you say you ascertained permission to archive them or shred them, who would you get that permission from?
It was for the Chief Castillo at the time, Chief Anthony Castillo.
And then I want to take you and the jury to around June of 2019.
Yes.
What happened then?
Due to those shredding paperwork, I did get a letter of counseling for shredding supposedly unauthorized paperwork, which I did get permission for to do. But I guess they were, from my knowledge, that they were looking for a certain park reservation and believed to that I had believed to shredded them. But all my shredding has been either most year or older, nothing recent. Since Easter was April and I got written up in June, that's only a 2 months lapse. I don't recall shredding anything within a recent time span. But they gave me that letter of counseling because of the shredding.
And in that letter of counseling, did you give a response or a dispute?
Yes, I did.
What was your dispute?
My dispute was that they did not give me any type of policy and procedures that warrants me not to shred anything. Since I was given the verbal okay, they were stating that I should have looked at my policy and procedures of our training of our roles as an administration clerk, but I did not receive any type of that training prior. And they gave me one of these procedures afterwards.
And during the time when you were given this counseling report, what was going on with regard to a reservation from Easter of 2019?
I don't know the whole story, but they were looking for the reservation of it all, and they could not find it. So they were under the assumption that I shredded it, which I wouldn't have because it was recent. But they were just trying to look for it, and they believed that I may have shredded it. So due to that actions, I was I got the letter of counseling.
Was this after there had been media reports about this Easter incident?
Correct.
So could you explain to the jury how someone would go about making a reservation for a park, for Rodriguez Park?
Yeah, so what would happen is that when you request through parks to get a reservation to park, that's just for the initial park itself. In turn, the second step would be to call us to get security out there. If you had a certain amount of people, if there was alcohol involved, you would call us and we would assign a deputy to your reservation. And then the third step would to come into our office, give us the amount that's needed for the deputy to go out there because it was a part-time duty for them. And then we would in turn receive the cash. It was cash-only transactions, no debit cards, no checks, nothing of that nature. We would have y'all fill out an agreement form stating that the deputy was needed out there, and we would have y'all sign it, and then in turn, I would get that paperwork that they signed agreeing for the deputy to be out there with the cash, staple it all together, and give it to Constable Vela at the time.
And so when you say give it to Constable Vela, where are you talking about the actual cash? You would give the cash to Constable Vela?
Yes, I would normally put it in an envelope, fold it up in an envelope, and give it to her.
And would she give you back a receipt or anything like that?
No, I would give the personnel who's reserving a park, I give them the receipts. And I would give her a heads up, hey, we have a park this weekend, this is the money, and here's the reservation slip for it, the agreement form.
So you would not hang on to any of the cash?
No, I would immediately give it to them. To her.
And when you say her, who was that?
The constable.
Constable Vela?
Vela, yes.
May I first witness, Judge?
Yes.
Oh, and I assume the rules are still in effect, that we can move on. Thanks. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19-1.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's my counseling form.
Okay.
I don't know which.
Until it's admitted, then we're allowed to show it to the jury.
Oh, okay.
As of right now, we're just going through it.
Okay.
If you recognize it.
Yes, they do.
Is that yours?
Yes, it is.
Is that the document that you received from the constable? From the constable's office?
Yes, constable's office, yes.
And is that a true and correct copy of that counseling report form that you got in June of 2019?
That is correct.
This time, Judge State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19-1. Oh.
Okay.
Permission to publish as jury, Judge?
Yes, 19-1 is admitted.
Thank you. So during this time in June of 2019, who were the initial people that confronted you about you being the person that could have shredded a document from April of 2019?
It was mainly Chief Castillo, Chief Anthony Castillo at the time, and Captain Mark Garcia.
Margaret.
I'm sorry, M-A-R-C.
Mark what?
M-A-R-C.
Mark what?
Garcia, I guess. Sorry.
And what were they telling you at that time about the possible missing document? Withdraw that statement, Judge. Correct question. Were you asked to attempt to locate any records from April of 2019?
Yes, but I could not find any.
Did the Constable Vela at any time state out loud that you should be worried about being under investigation?
No.
Pass it.
Hi, Mr. Villanueva. I am
Sir.
Jason Goss. I'm one of Michelle's lawyers. This is the first time we're meeting, so I'll just say that I'm going to ask a few questions about some of the stuff that you talked about with the prosecution. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you still work at Precinct 2,
Correct.
and you're still a clerk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was, is it in the same position or a different position that you held back with Michelle?
Yeah, it's still the same, just without the park reservations.
You do the same job?
Correct.
So, I want to talk about, I mean, it seems basically what we were here for the jury is to talk about this council report form. So I want to talk about it a little bit. Your Honor, may I approach the exhibit?
Yes.
I guess I want to start out by saying, let's see if we can zoom in on it. So it's a counseling report form which basically says, hey, we believe that you did this thing and there's policies against it and we want to let you know that there's a policy about it, right?
Right.
You didn't get demoted in your job. They didn't demote you to some other lower position than you were in as punishment?
We don't have any levels of tiers of our work.
Well, I mean, you didn't get fired.
No, just the
And-
counseling only.
You didn't get doctor pay.
No.
You didn't get any other punishment other than them saying, we think you shredded this, we think you shredded the document and don't do it in the future, and here's the policy that says not to do that.
Pretty much.
Okay. So really what was happening was the Precinct 2 was trying to prevent you from destroying records. That's what this was about. Right?
Yes.
And I'm not saying, I know that you're saying, look, I don't even think I shredded something like that. I don't feel like I would, and I'll take you at your word. You know, and this may have been something that it was either a misunderstanding or they believed it. And I know you probably felt bad about the fact that they were blaming you for it, right?
Mr. Don,
Right.
ask him a question, please.
Yes, sir. So, but in talking about it, it's something that you agree, it's something that they believed that you did, but they were trying to say, don't destroy any records. That's what this was for. Correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, on cross-examination, I make a statement, and then that's really the question. So if I
No, you're fine.
yeah, if I make a statement and you agree with it, you can say yes. If you don't, you can say no. And if you don't know, you can say I don't know.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to follow you.
Sure. Well, I guess it basically describes that corrective actions is, they just said, hey, here's the policies and procedures. In the future, you need to notify a supervisor before destroying any document for review and clarity.
Correct.
That's correct. And so here, at the bottom, you were given an opportunity to explain what happened or explain your conduct. And what you said was, you didn't get a copy of the department policy and procedure.
Correct.
And you got the original orientation one, but you didn't have a copy of that, right? And so, I'm sorry, did you say yes?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry. And then what they also provided you in the same exhibit is they provided they provided you the policies and procedures, and then they just had you sign it on that day saying it.
The same day, yes.
Right. So they said, look, we think that you shredded some records. You said, I don't think I did, but even if that happened, I didn't have the policies and procedures. And so they said, okay, well, we'll just give them to you. And that's all that happened.
Correct. That's it.
Okay. So you do agree, though, and you would admit that you were shredding documents. You just don't agree that it was that one.
Yeah, because the documents I shredded were way older than that. And
Sure.
some of them I did see, like I said, Val Flores' name on it. But yes, nothing recent, not within those 2 months.
Sure. But you were also aware that before this time, in fact, back in early June, you were aware that Michelle had seen documents in a shred pile that she said didn't belong there, and she talked to both of y'all about that.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And so but your desk was there when she told Susan.
Objection calls for hearsay from the defendant's statement.
Well,
It's the same.
your desk is right next to Susan's.
I want to say it was on the other side. We were spaced out pretty good.
I understand, but I mean, you would be about from you to me.
Oh, yes, yes, correct. The same area, yes.
And it's in an open area.
Mr. Leonardo, can you
Yes.
get closer to the mic to see how close I am?
I'm so sorry.
Oh, sounds good.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Sorry about
Yeah, well, you might lift it up just a little bit, and that might, yeah.
that. Okay, there you go. Yes, sir.
I guess, but we're talking about the distance from you to me.
Yes,
And you would agree that that area that you guys were in, the clerks, was like an open area like this.
yes,
And so there's no, if we were in the clerk's area right now in the constable's office, minus that shield you have in front of your face,
correct.
this would be how you could see
Pretty much, yes, sir.
and hear. And really anybody in the constable's office, if they're standing in the constable's office, they can see you and see Susan if they were y'all both sitting at your desk.
Yes. It was open layout, yes.
Everything on your desk would be available to view to anybody who was standing in the office.
If the computers are blocking it, correct, yes.
Right. And if it was blocking it, they could,
Then you have to walk up and look around.
yeah, they moved around.
Correct, just like that, yes.
Kind of like this table.
Correct,
So you could see any files or anything else.
correct.
All right. And at the time that this was going on, because the prosecution asked you what was going on at the time this was going on, Michelle, you said was the constable,
Correct.
and told Susan not to go.
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Either knows it or not.
It's a calls for
That
hearsay.
is sustained.
At the time that you were here at the constable's office, you said that you did the reservations sometimes.
Some of the times, yes. Susan would do the other half. We would take turns, in a sense.
That's right, and you talked with the other deputies and the other people that were there every day.
No. Constable Vela made sure that we were separate from the deputies. They were in the back room, we were in the front. We were not really allowed to talk to them.
Okay, and so, but I guess you would see them.
I would see them, yes, but rarely. Only if they needed something we can help them with real quick, and that was it.
Did they ever did they ever walk through your area at all?
If they needed something up front, because that was the administration office as well, so if they needed to go to talk to them, then they would obviously pass us to go to their offices.
And you said that when the reservations were made back then, you would say that Susan was primarily the person.
I took over the roles from her, and we would go back and forth.
Right. And when the reservation would come in, you said that the policy, or I guess the practice, was to make sure that first you got something from the park saying, "Hey, there's one of the pavilions is ready."
Sometimes we would get an email from Parks and Recreation stating that they should be calling, just giving us a heads up that people will be calling us to make a security reservation, if you will.
And you know that it was the rules and regulations instructed that any time that they rented a pavilion, they were told that they needed to call you guys to ask about security.
Correct.
And then they would come in and they would pay beforehand, before they had their event. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you would write them a receipt.
Correct.
And then you would write it on carbon paper, and you would keep a copy of the receipt that you wrote.
Yes.
Right. And that was it. So before you gave any cash or anything else, that cash had been accounted for with a receipt given to the customer, and also accounted for with a carbon copy of the receipt that stayed with you.
Yes.
And
And we would take the cash. We would always have another secondary person count the money as well, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Like, if they were to give me like $80, I want to make sure I got 70. So we would always piggyback with each other to make sure we got the exact amount, so we wouldn't take a lesser or more amount than what's needed.
Absolutely, I think that's right. And that was the practice that was encouraged in the common laws.
Yes.
To make sure that the money is correct.
Correct.
And that you make sure that you give a receipt and account for the money and where it went.
Correct.
So, did you have once you did that, did you make entries on any of the cash logs showing that the money ended up going out to the deputy who was assigned to you?
No, I did not have anything to do with the cash log.
Okay. Susan did, though.
I believe she did, but I'm not 100% sure. I just know I didn't have anything like that. I would just hand it over.
Understood. So whatever happened after the money left, about which deputy got it, how much they got, or anything else, you would know?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Well, but let me ask you though, so since you did say you got a copy of the regulations, right?
Oh, yes, yes,
Signed,
sir,
you got a
yes.
copy. You're on behalf of the witness?
Yes.
Are we on defense meeting?
Okay, so. Yes.
Mr. Van Weyden, I'm going to approach you with the Defense Exhibit 8 for identification purposes. Is this the policies and procedures that were in place with under Constable Vela?
Yes.
And this would be the copy that you received?
Yes.
And this would be what was kind of being referred to. It actually referred to a specific section of the policies and procedures in there. Chapter 4, employee conduct, A, policy, J, removal of official records prohibited. Is that right?
Yes.
And you see that reflected here on this
I
document?
do see this.
All right. And, Your Honor, at this time, we'd offer Defense Exhibit 8.
No objection.
Defense meeting is admitted.
And so, if you don't mind, if you could you read what J says? There you go. I can let you read it.
Thank you. It says, no employee shall remove any official papers, photographic, audio, or video recording from the constable's office except as directed by their supervisor.
Slow down, sir.
Sorry. So let me start over. No employee shall remove any official papers, photographic, audio, or video record from the constable's office except as directed by their supervisor or as ordered by a court of competent authority. In the latter instance, the employee's supervisor must be informed. Where a paper or record is removed from a file, a copy of that paper or record must be placed in the file as a substitute until such time as the original items are returned.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Oh, no.
So, and I understand what you testified to, which was that you felt like you had supervisor's permission, right?
Yes.
But you would agree that even if you hadn't gotten a copy of it, there was a policy that existed at the time.
I was not aware of it. I did not get those
Not at the time, but on the day that
on the day of.
you got this, you got
Yes.
this. And this wasn't created that day. It had already been the policies and procedures.
Yes, and then they gave it to me that day.
Sure. And so all I'm saying is that it existed before the time, even if you didn't know about it.
Correct.
Pastor.
You testified right now that you would hand it over. What were you referring to?
I would have the currency, the receipt, and the park reservation to Constable Vela at the time.
And if Constable Vela was not at the precinct, what would you do?
I would then give it to Chief Castillo, Anthony Castillo, for his safekeeping.
And was all that currency located in an envelope directed towards the constable?
Yes.
You also stated that the function and duties of the office function the same except without the park reservations. What do
Yes.
you mean by that?
I no longer take currency for security for that appointments or for that scheduling. Park reservations does all that now.
Park reservations does that?
Yes, they take all the security money, if you will.
And this counseling form, it says, may I approach it? Going to the screen, we're on 19-1. Let me zoom out a little bit. So this form was a verbal counseling. It was a verbal counseling of what?
Shredding documentation.
After this counseling, were you asked to shred any documents?
Yes, I still was asked to shred, but later, not like that day, just later in the months, years, I guess you could say.
That's what it should.
Just to clarify, when you said asked to shred months and years, that's like even last week and the week before. Shredding documents.
No, what happened was probably a week prior, before they were to leave their office, the whole administration gave me a whole box of paperwork to shred.
So,
I don't know what was on them, but they just told us that we had to shred. It was right before they were leaving office, before the new constable was coming in.
but I guess that wasn't my real question. My
Oh,
question
sorry.
Did the, I guess, as a clerk, do you have to get rid of records that you're authorized to get rid of and shred?
Yes, they would just tell us this is okay to shred.
Right, and you still do that with this constable?
With their permission, yes.
Right, and so that's a normal thing to do.
Correct.
Okay. That's
And when you refer to new constable, who is that?
New constable would be Leticia Rodriguez Vasquez.
When did she come into office?
January 1st, 2020.
And was she in office prior to being elected? Like, was she appointed? Do you remember?
She didn't get appointed till like that midnight of January 1st.
You testified that there was the administration gave a box of documents to shred. Who are you referring to?
Everybody, all the administrations from
I'm just
constable.
gonna
Oh, sorry.
say, I mean, it's not relevant, it doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about here. And it was really not responsive to my question. I didn't object at the time, I didn't object now.
You can answer, overruled.
Which administration are you talking about?
It would be from Constable Vela to Chief Castillo to Captain Mark Garcia.
And you said that was the last week before her office ended?
Yes.
That's what I missed.
So that would have been the first week of October after the FBI came and took everything that they wanted.
It was towards December, before the new constable would come in, because they had to switch.
Okay, so that would have been months after the FBI came and took everything.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. That's good.
But you are certain that the administration that told you to destroy documents was Constable Vela's administration?
That is correct.
That's what it is.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Sir, you may step down. You are all done for today. You do remain under the same rules, okay? Because you
Yes.
are a witness that continues until the end of this trial.
Yes.
Thank you. You may step down.
Yes, ma'am.
State, call your next witness.
The state calls Susan Tristan.
Ms. Tristan, I did swear you in this morning, so you remain under the same oath. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name for the record?
Susan Elizabeth Tristan,
And how do you spell your last name?
Tristan,
How old are you?
29.
So I want to begin by asking you a little bit about your background. When did you work at Precinct 2?
Yes.
When did you first start working at Precinct 2?
May of 2013.
And how old were you at that time?
At the time, I am not sure.
So, are you originally from San Antonio?
Yes,
But where do you live now?
Seattle,
And how long have you lived in Seattle?
almost 3 years.
And where did you go to high school?
San Antonio Inquiry and Creativity.
Oh, what kind of school is that?
It is a charter school.
And when did you graduate?
2011.
And you stated you began working at the precinct in 2015. What did you do after you graduated from high school?
I just went to school for mortuary science.
And how long did you stay in school doing that?
I would say about 2 years.
And did you complete any sort of certification?
No,
So after you were in school, what did you decide to do?
I started working for Monticello Academy, which was another charter school, as a registrar.
And how long did you do that?
I believe about from 2011 to 2015.
And after that particular job, what did you do?
I was a civil clerk for Bexar County Precinct 2.
And who was the constable at the time?
Val Flores,
And what kind of position did you hold?
a civil clerk.
And what does a civil clerk do?
They would answer phones, they would send fax, and then we would receive a lot of evictions, small claims from the mail. So it's various work items. We would receive money from the mail, and we would create the cases, and then we would send those documents for deputies to serve.
And when you came in to work for the precinct as a clerk, was that an entry-level position?
Yes.
I don't want you to say what you made, but was it a lot of money?
No.
And were you married at the time?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
I would say since 2016.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at the time that you were still living here in San Antonio, did you have any children?
No.
When did you have children?
In July of 2020.
And when did you move to Seattle?
In September of 2019.
So it wasn't until you moved to Seattle that you had a
Yes.
child. And what kind of work do you do there?
I am a court clerk for the city of Seattle.
So how long were you working for Constable Flores before he was no longer in office?
I would say a few months, because I started in May of 2015, and I believe the new election was happening around that time, or they were talking about it.
Okay, talking about, okay. Would it be accurate to say that Constable Vela was sworn in January 1st of 2017?
Yes.
So when a new constable comes in, what happens to your job as a previous employee? Do you still get to keep it?
At the time, I wasn't sure. We got called on January 1st to go in and state our responsibilities for Bexar County Precinct 2, what everybody did. And that's when I let them know that I was in charge of Bexar County Parks for Rodriguez Park.
And how did the process work for the evaluation of who stayed and who did not stay?
We were called in office, so when they called me, it was with the other clerks at the time.
Objective relevance and also hearsay.
What is the relevance?
So the process of how she acquired her job under this administration? It's related to-
Overruled, I mean, I'm going to give you a little bit of leeway, but we really need to move on. Overruled.
So how long did it take before you knew you got to keep your job?
So she just sat with us and just let us know, do I know each item I did, and that's where I brought up Rodriguez Park and the way that I had a rotation going. And that day she said, well, for now on, there's not going to be a rotation. I pick who is going to work with their county, Rodriguez Park at the time.
So during your interview with her, you described your duties and in specifically Rodriguez Park, and it was at that conversation that she changed the procedure?
Yes.
And this was on January 1st of 2017?
Yes, and it was their county holiday. We got called in to go in a holiday.
And were you asked to return to work the next workday?
Yes.
So you got to keep your job?
Yes.
So now, did you know Constable Vela when she, before this time?
No.
You had never seen her before at the precinct?
Mm-hmm.
So even though she may have worked there, you never saw her?
No.
So you were describing your job duties, and one was the reservation process for Rodriguez Park, but did you still have other duties as well?
Yes, of course. I would answer the phones. I would receive a lot of cashier checks from all types of agencies to create cases. So it was a busy, actually even creating warrants, a list for deputies. So it was a very busy job.
Is that a lot of paperwork?
A lot of paperwork, yes.
And during the course of your duties, this paperwork is processed through many people or just yourself?
It was processed through the other clerks that were there at the time. So we all took turns. We created the cases and everything, and then we had a good relationship with the court side, and then we would receive money within the day, and those funds, whatever amount that we receive of checks, we would go across the way and we would call it cash out. So somebody on the other side would do that, and then we would get a receipt from them, and we would just store it. We would just save those.
So is it safe to say that duties and responsibilities with the constable's office is very much related to the JP side of the, okay.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So in the facility itself, both agencies are in the same building?
Yes.
Okay. And you said across the hall, that means there's some sort of a lobby between the two?
Yes.
Okay. And where you worked inside the office for the precinct, did you have your own workspace?
Yes. A desk.
Okay, a desk. And where was this desk located?
It would be in the middle of. It was open in a wide open space.
And you had mentioned the reservation process. Would there be a window for people reserving the park security to come to where you would wait on them?
So how it would work is I would receive emails from Bexar County Parks. It would be like a reservation list. So in a way, I was kind of a party planner. And then I had an amount of people, how much, it just depended, it varied. And Bexar County Parks, they used to just give me information. If they had this amount of people, just let them know. If they're under, I would say, under 50, but they don't have alcohol, they don't need that security. So it kind of worked like that. And I just felt like a party planner, and then I would send out, well, this is in the BOW administration. All I did was call the people, let them know that they need security and how much it would be.
Your Honor, and I'm sorry, I'm objecting the relevance of all this stuff under a totally different administration because it's not relevant.
No, we're talking about this administration when she got to retain her job.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought she said valve administration.
Oh, I did say about the.
So that
It was similar.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying from the beginning how it worked through. Yeah.
Okay, so sustain to any prior administration, please.
Yeah, let's just start talking about when you began working for Constable Bell.
Okay.
And so, were you You said there were 4 clerks, including yourself?
Yes.
Were the jobs divided up? Were there different titles?
They were the same, I would say. The only one that was different was warrant processor. So that would be creating a warrant list and all that. That was the only difference.
So the other 3 of you had pretty much the same jobs?
Yes.
How would you decide who would approach the window if somebody came to it for assistance?
So at the time, I was the one in the window.
So what do you mean by that?
I was sitting right in front of the window at the time when I first started working for Michelle.
And was it just because you were located the closest that you did most of the window work, or is it because you were designated to do so?
I was, at the time, it wasn't more designated. I was just there even before.
So you're sitting there, you see someone come to the window, you just attend to it.
Yes.
And if you're not there, then what happens?
Then another clerk would take it. So we would take turns with everything.
Okay. And so we're not going to talk about the other jobs that you had to do related to being a clerk. We're going to just talk about Rodriguez Park. Okay. So you described some things. You talked about a lot of things and a lot of steps. So I'm going to try to show you some of the things that might represent what you just described. I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit Item 18-1. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Just briefly describe it so we'll know what we're talking about.
So this was the reservation list received from Bexar County Parks. So the clerk would send me a reservation list for the month and for the week. So just to keep track, because I had a lot of various job duties to do, I would just make a monthly list that was colored just for me, just so I can make sure if I called just to let them know that they need security, and if I did have the amount of money, I would highlight. And of course, security would be red and everything. This was just for me to keep track. Because sometimes it was difficult to keep track with.
And you recognize this as your document?
Yes.
And have you been designated by Constable Vela as a custodian of record?
Yes.
Move to admit item 18-1.
No objection.
States 18-1 is admitted.
I hand 18-1 back to you. So a minute ago, you described how you would get a little reservation list. And you said you got it from Bexar County Parks?
Bexar County Parks, I believe it was Esther at the time.
And in this document, does it have what you were just describing? What came from the parks?
Yes.
Okay, and what would you do once and you said it came in an email?
Yes, it came in an email. I would say They would send the monthly one at the end of the month prior, and then they would send me every week one for the week, for the weekend, and that would keep me track with funds.
And why would they do it twice?
Just to see, I'm not certain why, but I would ask for the monthly one just to give me an idea of how many people who I would be calling, because Constable's office is very busy. So I just wanted to make sure I have track with everybody that I talk to.
And so once you received that, what would you do with the email information?
For this email, it wasn't kept due to nobody stated to keep this paper. This was mostly just for me, just to keep track of people and who to call.
And so the emails that you did receive with the reservations, what did you do with the reservation information from the email?
Which,
This,
that one?
no, I'm talking about in general, the whole thing.
Like,
How did you create this document?
oh, I didn't create it. The Bexar County Parks did. All I did was just call the individuals.
So you would take that information from the email and then put it on a piece of paper? Or is that's not an email though?
Oh, yeah, because I just printed the graph.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why.
And so you made a copy of the information?
Yes.
And then you created this from that?
Yeah.
Okay, so, may I publish to the jury?
Yes.
I think the entire image is going to show just yet, so. So can you see the monitor?
Yes.
Okay, so I have 18-1 on the monitor. So you just described this grid right here, and what is contained inside the grid?
It is the reservations information, like the phone number of the reservation, the amount of people they're having, what type of party as well.
And so on here, it gives the individual's name who made the reservation
Yes.
and their phone number.
Yes.
And based on that, if you needed to, you would make contact with them?
Yes.
So it also has a column that has att.count. What does that mean?
For those parts, I wasn't paying attention to the numbers because that's just, I believe, the Bexar County Parks. I was just mostly focused on the names, the amount of people, and what type of party.
I see.
Yes.
So you were going to call anybody who had a reservation?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have the reserve date. You said you get maybe a month in advance, but definitely a week in advance.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so you then, based on this information and the phone number and name provided, you would try to reach the person.
Yes.
So I'm going to slide this. So you have a color coding system on here.
Yes.
What is this color coding system?
It's just to keep me track. The paid, of course, is people that came to our window and paid the amount. So that would be at this time I don't know the amount for that type of party, but they would already pay. No security or canceled. They probably don't need security, or they have under 50, or they don't have any alcohol. So it's just those two various things, or they just canceled it. And then for the orange is I already called them, but I'm just waiting for the amount of money for the security.
So you've made contact with the person who's going to have the reservation, and they're supposed to come in and pay?
Yes.
And then is that why we see some of these have bigger colors over it, that they did come in and you no longer need?
Oh yeah, that's why it's kind of dark, because
Okay.
I changed it.
Okay, so you just sort of kind of a running list for you, just to make sure you've covered all of the reservations.
Yes.
And you have notes down below. What is this describing?
So it's just giving me an idea for the week with the job duties that I had to kind of make it very easy. And let's say I went to, I wasn't there, another clerk would know what, if somebody's so-and-so's at the window, they don't need security, or if somebody calls, if in regards to Rodriguez Park, they know what's going on. So I'm not the only one that knows the whole, like, what's going on with the parks. Everybody has an idea of what's going on with this little paper that I had.
And so you just described other clerks are assisting. Would they have access to this?
Oh yes, it would be in a binder.
A binder where?
Yes, in my desk.
In your desk?
Yes.
And so everybody knew that if somebody came to the window related to Rodriguez Park, you weren't available, go to the binder.
Yes.
And would they then update this if they took money in?
Yeah, they would change it up, but mostly I was there,
Okay.
like for all of them.
So I noticed the dates on here. If you look at the reservation dates, they seem to be just weekends.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was mostly weekends, and it was rare to have weekdays.
But it could happen?
It could happen.
Okay. So safe to say weekends are when the security was needed?
Yes.
So I've noticed, like, on week 1, you have one entry, and Ariana Preciado, it says no security. So how was it that you acquired that information?
How I deciphered that, I would just give them a call, and they would say, I'm going to have under 50, and there's not going to be any alcohol. And that's when I deciphered, I let them know, they don't need security.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after you've gone through all of the entries, you've reached out to everybody, was there ever an occasion that you were not able to make contact?
Yes, sometimes the phone numbers were difficult. Sometimes they won't answer, and I would just let Michelle know that they didn't answer, and she would just let me know at the time, keep calling them. Yeah.
And do you know what she would do with that information?
She would just let me know to keep calling and find an email, and for that I would just send out an email to the Bexar County Parks if they have an email in place, and I would just send them an email regarding to that, and most of the time they would answer, reply, and say, oh, okay, and then they would call me.
Did you ever have difficulty when you were speaking to the people who made reservations?
Not in the beginning. It was mostly through when receiving money. At the beginning, I kind of went with, with the amount of people that they had. Sometimes they added an amount, like 100, for example. And
you mean 100 more guests?
Yeah, like in the paper, it would say 100. And this is I'm just talking about the beginning of it.
And you mean the beginning, what do you mean by that?
The beginning of when I was starting to do Rodriguez Park with the Vela administration.
Okay.
So I just went with 100, and I called the individual, and they'll tell me I'm not going to need a deputy because I'm going to have under that. I'm going to have under 50. That's an example. And I would say, okay, then you don't need security. And then, of course, I would have Henry from the parks. He would give me a call, let me know. But most of the time, people did not have that amount of people. So it's just they just kind of guessed.
So when they're making the reservation, they entered that number, but they didn't know.
Yeah, they weren't sure.
Okay, and so that number can change.
Yeah.
And so if it does go below the requirement for having a security officer, they of course don't want a security officer.
Yes.
They would let you know.
Yes.
So you took them at their word?
Yes.
At any time did that become a problem?
Yes.
When was that?
When the constable, at the time, Vela, she was having, she was saying that now I have to go by this amount because there was a time that an individual, I don't remember who, they said that they had 50, but it was going to be under 50, and I went with his word. He had more than 50, and the next morning I get called in on a Monday to the office and saying that I should have done something, why I should go by the number that they're adding to the Bexar County system, that I shouldn't even go by their word.
So and it was Constable Bella who said this?
Yes.
So she directed you only use this number that was in the reservation system, not what they tell you.
Yes.
So is that how, do you have any idea when that happened?
I would say about, I'm not certain, but it took some time, and then they changed it because I didn't collect in the beginning of the Vela administration. I didn't collect any money in the window. That was never a thing. I was like, I put it as a party planner. I call the people and just let them know that they need security or not, and that's it. And then whatever happens in the field, in the park, I had no idea. So then it started to become a problem. I was getting called into the office a lot. People were getting upset with me, and how am I going to know about how many people they have? I'm not a mind reader. I don't know. So yeah.
So who are the people you're talking about that called you in?
Vela, Michelle.
And so she was holding you responsible for the actual number of people who showed up at the park.
Yes.
And if you did not collect or tell them that security was needed and the reverse happened at the reservation, she held you responsible?
Yes.
So what was the solution?
The solution, she changed it. She sat me down and told me I had to go by the number that they're adding in the Bexar County parks. And I have to be stern, and I have to just let them know they have to pay, and we're going to start collecting money. And that's what she told me.
So do you have any idea how the person making the reservation actually paid for security prior to you collecting money?
Before, they used to just meet the deputy, and they would just collect the funds that way. The reservation would just meet the deputy out on the day of the event, and there was no, at the time, there was no receipts or anything, because it was just, they get there, the money was given to them, and that is all at the time.
Was there an issue when, that you became aware of, only if you know, that the patron out in the park didn't always pay the officer?
Yes, I got called in that they didn't want to pay, and then that I'm not certain what happened, but that she wanted to cancel the whole party because of the reasons like that.
So you say she wanted to cancel the whole party. Who was she?
Michelle Vela.
And what do you mean by cancel the whole party?
So the reservation, she wanted to cancel their reservation, even if they paid for Bexar County Parks, just because they didn't want to pay for security. She wanted to overwrite Bexar County Parks and pay and just say, I'm canceling this party just because you don't want to pay for security.
So I don't totally understand. You said they paid, but
so the meaning what I was talking about is that they pay for the pavilion. So that's another payment.
The parks?
Yes.
So they're paying for the rental of the pavilion to the Bexar County Park?
So that was a lot of money. And then on top of that, you're putting security. So yes, as a reservation, if I was doing a reservation, I would be upset.
So when you see on here 100 people, and you call Margie Villarreal, just as an example, and you ask her, you tell her the policies and procedures. Okay, and so 100 people, what are you going to tell her about 100 people?
So I would just let her know that she would need a security because she is above the the 50 range. And I don't remember how many deputies would be needed for that party. And then the Bexar County Parks had their own hourly amount, so I went with that hourly amount. And then that's it. It was just like the amount, but then of course things changed.
Okay, let's stop there.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as States Exhibit 27-1 and 27-2. They're going to be referred to as Item 27-1 and Item 27-2. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And just give a brief description of what I've just handed you.
So this was a document that Michelle made, and this was when the amount of money was in place.
Sorry, what exhibit is she talking about?
She's talking about 27-1. And is it contained with any sort of other document?
Not that I know of. Is
there a folder?
Yes, it is a folder, and in this folder, I would keep track of the parties. So there would be an envelope here. Let's say the person comes and pays.
Well, let's stop there.
Oh, yeah.
I need to admit it into evidence first. So look at Item 27-2. And is that pretty much the same thing as 27-1?
Yes.
What would be the difference between these two folders?
It would be, I believe this person paid.
It's a different customer?
Yeah, different customer.
Okay. And you created these folders?
Yes.
And is that your handwriting on the documents inside?
Yes.
State would move to admit Item 27-1 and Item 27-2.
No objections?
No objection.
States 27.1 and .2 is admitted.
So I'm going to hand you States Item 27-1. Describe the process that created this document.
So the process of this document was created on a Monday, so that would be for the weekend. So it would probably be like 4 folders or less than that, and those would be the people that would come in to Bexar County Precinct 2 to pay the amounts.
And what is the piece of paper inside your folder?
It was a security agreement that Michelle created.
And you say, Michelle, you mean Constable Vela?
Yes.
If you could do me a favor and just refer to her as Constable Vela.
Okay.
Thank you. So what do you mean by she created that form?
So the administration of Constable Vela created this document.
Okay, and it's called a what?
security agreement.
Okay, let me take that from you. May I publish to the jury? I noticed you have a little Post-it note on the front of 27-1. What would that represent?
Just to see which folder it was, because I used to reuse folders.
Okay, so you recycle.
You recycle.
Okay. So within 27-1, I'm showing on the monitor the document that is called the security agreement. So this document did not exist, or this form did not exist prior to Constable Vela coming into office?
Yes, it did not exist.
Was there any other form that had preceded it that did something similar?
Perhaps it was just the time and the contact information, and that was it.
So what is the purpose of this form?
It was a security agreement that Constable Vela created for people to pay.
And it has a lot of writing on it. There's a paragraph up here. What is this paragraph's purpose?
It was I believe if they do not pay.
Well, how about, can you see from there?
No, I don't
Can
think
you
it's.
sit down here and
Yeah.
read it? Thank you. So you start from the word security agreement.
Security agreement, Rodriguez Park.
Can you
My
hear her?
court reporter cannot hear her.
Okay, then I'll hand it to her and have her read it on the stand.
Security agreement, Rodriguez Park. The total security fee agreed upon is $160. The total amount of individuals attending the party is 50 amount. The fee for the party will be paid 1 week in advance of the scheduled date of event. The Bexar County Constable's Office are the deputies. Constable's Office are the deputies in charge of security. At no time are the maintenance crew of the parks and recreations in charge of law enforcement security or for any law enforcement situation. Cash payments will only be accepted. All deputy constables are peace officers and have full authority under Constable Barrientes Vela to enforce all state and local laws. Failure to pay for a party by a designated date will result in the party being canceled. No exceptions will be made.
Okay. And then we proceed down through the rest of the document, and it seems like it's requesting information.
Yes.
And this information does what?
That information just gave me the date of event, which pavilion the reservation would be in, and then of course the information of the person that paid and what type of event and how many people were attending and if there was any alcohol, and then numbers of deputies required, and then a start time and an end time, and then the amount of security fee.
And is there any place for the person signing this agreement to sign?
Yes, it was in the bottom.
And can you read above where a person would sign what it says?
Yes, it would say, by signing this contract, you are agreeing to the terms and conditions as set forth in this contract. We assume no liability for your failure to comply with all of the rules set forth.
And is there something at the very bottom?
Yes, it would say, in case of any emergencies, please call Chief Deputy Castillo.
And in Chief Deputy Castillo, it was a Precinct 2 deputy?
Yes. He was a chief, yeah.
Chief, okay.
Yeah, chief.
Oh. So when you make that phone call to, for instance, this case, and I feel bad for her because we are using her name, Priscilla Patman,
Yes.
when would you fill this out? When you're talking to her on the phone or when she shows up?
I would fill it out before, and I would give her a call, and then in the bottom with the start time and end time, I would just call her, because sometimes it could change. It varies, because I believe they reserve the pavilion for the whole day. So they would just give me a time frame of how long the party is, and that's where I would do the amount and the hourly amount from the Bexar County Parks.
So in deciding the start time and the end time, even though they have an all-day reservation, that's designating when they would need security?
Yes.
Is that on the honor system as well? You're just trusting them that they tell you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So right here, the number of guests attending is 50. Where did you get that number?
I would get it from the reservation list from Bexar County Parks.
Now, there's also a line about whether or not they're consuming alcohol. In this particular document, what was the determination whether or not alcohol was used?
No alcohol.
However, it just says 50, and how many deputies are required?
One for that amount, I believe.
So even though there's no alcohol, if it's 50, you have to have a deputy.
Yes.
Okay. So when would the signature be placed on this document?
When the individual would come to Bexar County Precinct 2 and they would pay the amount.
There's also a handwritten notation on the top right corner that's not part of the form, and it's in pen and handwriting. What is that word?
Peña?
And who is Peña?
That would be a deputy for Constable Precinct 2.
And why would her name be on this form?
For that reason, I would give the folder to Constable Barrientes Vela, and she would put for that. I'm not sure why there was a name, but all folders were given to Constable.
And do you recognize the constable's handwriting?
Yes.
And is the word Peña in her handwriting?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you what's marked as item 27-2. I'd like to go through the same process with this. Did you create this folder?
Yes.
And is it similar to the previous one?
Yes.
I'm placing the document, the security agreement, on the monitor for 27-2. So, is this a different customer?
Yes.
And it has some other indications on it regarding what their intentions were when they were at the park. Were they going to consume alcohol? Can you see that?
Let me see 1 second. Can you get that document closest?
Let me just look.
Yeah. Yes.
And on this document, is there handwriting in the margin?
Yes.
And what does it say?
Giannis,
And whose handwriting is that?
Constable.
Is there any indication at this point on here how much cash was accepted?
That would be the security fee, $200
Okay, and because the customer signed it, is this complete?
Yes.
What is your understanding, and if you don't know, you don't have to say, but what is your understanding of the name and the margin?
What I know when I got that completed, that wasn't there because I was giving it to her.
So that gets put in after you have handed it to the constable?
Yes.
Is this how you did every single reservation?
Yes.
After you put it in the folder, did you give the entire folder to the constable or just the security agreement?
The entire folders at times, but at times there was an envelope with the amount of money in there, and that document would be folded in there. So for the deputy or whoever's working, they can reach the reservation, and all those folders would be given to Constable Michelle.
Now, the two that I just showed you, those security agreements look like originals.
Yes.
So did you provide anything to the patron?
Yes, it would be a receipt.
And did they get a copy of the security agreement?
Yes.
And so how would you provide that copy? Would you have to make it from the original?
Yes.
So you go to copy machine?
Yes.
Okay. And when would you do that?
Oh, right when the individual would stop at the office, I would get a copy and they would pay the amount in cash. And that's when I give them a receipt.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit Item 30-1. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
A money receipt book.
And is this related to Rodriguez Park?
Yes.
Is this the receipts, the carbon copy receipts that you were referring to?
Yes.
And I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit Item 31-1. What is this?
A money receipt book.
Is it similar to the first one?
Yes.
And these are the receipts that you've been talking about?
Yes.
And these are copies of receipts that you gave the original white copy on top to whom?
To the reservation. To Constable.
No, I meant so when they come in to pay cash,
Yes.
you rip off the receipt. Who do you give that to?
I give that to the individual paying.
Okay. And then what did you do with these two books, these receipt books? Because they seem to be intact. The pages aren't ripped out. What did you do with these?
They would just be out in the open for everybody to get. Yeah.
So all the clerks that work that area, as you had mentioned earlier, would utilize these books?
Yes.
State would move to admit item 30-1 and 31-1.
Your Honor, can I just briefly word out of it? Ms. Tristan, I want to approach you real quick.
Yes.
So, if you don't mind. These receipt books in particular, 30-1 and 31-1, are you aware that they were found in Michael Villanueva's desk?
No.
Okay, you didn't know where they were found.
No.
But do you recognize these as receipt books that either you or Michael or any of the clerks would fill out?
Yes.
If they were payments? We don't have any good.
Mr. Goss just talked about these being in Michael Villanueva's office. When did you leave the precinct?
September of 2019?
Do you remember the day?
No.
Were you present when a search and seizure warrant was executed on the precinct?
Yes.
So you still work there at that time?
Yes.
So let's talk about item 30-1. I'm going to hand 30-1 to you, if you could open it up. And just go to the first one and describe what type of information you would place on a receipt.
The type of information would be the date of the individual stopping by the office, the name of the reservation, and I would put what it would be for, the amount for our park, Rodriguez Park.
Did any of the information vary on some of the receipts, some with more information, some maybe with less? You could look through.
Yeah. Yes, this would be for the reservation, the individuals that would stop by and pay the amount.
Did you try to keep this receipt book limited to Rodriguez Park?
Yes.
Did you have to issue other receipts for other purposes?
Yes.
Were there different receipt books for those?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see that. I'm publishing to the jury, Your Honor. I'm placing on the monitor State's Exhibit 30-1, the first page, just to show what one of these receipt carbon pages look like. What was the purpose behind keeping these carbon receipts?
So it was very important for the Bexar County auditors to keep track of the funds, because not only I receive money from the Bexar County parks, I receive other funds as well for cases. So I had to have them separate.
And so when the auditor would they come and look at these books?
Yes, it would be every 3 months.
And they would review Rodriguez Park?
Yes.
And what would they be looking for?
They would just be looking about the amount of money. They would give me tips on how to keep track. And then from then on, the auditors wanted me to add a name who I'm giving those funds to.
And what was the purpose of you keeping track these receipts showing who you received money from, but also who you gave it to?
Yes, they just let me know, just so it doesn't look like you have this money and where does it go. We need to know where it goes to, because this is of course a part-time job for deputies to work. So that would be the constable the money would go to.
And was she always the one that received cash?
Yes.
Did you ever have occasion, if she wasn't around, to have to give it to somebody else?
Yes.
And who was that?
That would be various deputies. It's been a while, so.
Would it be higher ranking or lower ranking?
It would be higher. At times, that would be for the chief, or it would be, I do remember a person that would be Lugo, would stop by. Yeah.
And he was a deputy constable?
Deputy constable.
Okay. So this receipt, it has certain information on it. What information, at the very least, did you try to place on the receipt?
So I would put, of course, what it was for. That was the main thing. I think this was before the auditors let me know to just add a name who I'm giving the money to. So I was just getting tips throughout the months, you know, just to be more thorough about the money. Yeah.
Okay, and so on this particular receipt, it appears that it shows the date, and of course there's a pre-stamped invoice number.
Yes.
Receipt number.
Yes.
And it shows an amount of money, and is that the amount of money you would receive?
Yes.
And it shows that it's used like an abbreviation. Like, it's not a very big piece of paper, so I guess you have to.
Yeah.
And so our park means Rodriguez Park.
Rodriguez Park.
Okay, and then there's the word on the first one, it says security, and that means it's
Yeah,
paying
the
for a
same.
security officer. Okay, and then you sign it,
Yes.
and would anybody who was the person who accepted the money, that the clerk, they would need to be the one signing?
Yes, it would be so if I was in the window, clerk would let me know. Or if I wasn't there, they would do it. They would get the receipt book and just put the information of the person. And then that's where the other document that we were talking about, the security agreement, comes to play, because you're putting together the name and the amount, and we get an envelope for that.
Trying to match them.
Yeah, trying to match them together.
I'm showing you on the second page, two more of the receipt numbers. There seems to be some initials on here. What are those initials and signatures? What are they on there for? Some of them don't have it. Do you have any idea what that's for?
No.
It looks like actually written on as an original. Let me hand this to you.
I'm not sure where that came from.
Okay, you don't recall that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Now, your handwriting is very distinct.
Yes.
So, let me show you other people's. I just flipped a few pages. I'm going to show you one that is signed by Miranda Martinez. Who was that?
That was the clerk at the beginning of Constable Vela. She was the warrant processor.
Okay, and so she just happened to be the one that went to the window?
Yes.
So this book appears to be very well worn. What would you do with this book when you filled it up? Because this one appears to be filled up.
We would archive it. It's been a while, so we would use that attic up in Bexar County Precinct 2.
And so what do you mean by archive?
It would be in the attic up in like, let's say if it's so full,
Like a storage?
like a storage. Yes.
Now I'm going to publish 31-1 receipt book. I'm going to the first page. Let me show it to you first since it's so far away. And these don't appear to be your signature. Whose are those? Is that another clerk?
Another clerk.
Do you recall the name of that clerk?
It's been a while.
It's
yeah.
been a while.
Yeah.
Okay. To me, it looks like Michael Villanueva. Very scribbly.
Yes.
It's not very clear, but, oh, well, this one is. This says Michael Villanueva.
Okay.
Or M. Villanueva. So, was he one of the other clerks?
Yes.
Was, as far as you were predominantly the one doing this. Would you say that he was the second most prominent one to do this?
Yes.
And why would that be?
It was just more, it was more, I believe he was more into it as well, like helping me out. He was great help with the park all the time, so he was a great help and calling, and he even called individuals as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was a lot of help in the process of
Yes.
the reservation for security. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit Item 45-1. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This looks like the document, they were creating another document.
Another document to represent what?
The security agreement that we shown earlier.
And you said they. Who is they?
A constable.
And how do you know that the constable created this other security agreement?
I was there at the time when they were creating it.
And this particular document, there's some handwriting on it. Whose handwriting is that?
Michelle Vela, Constable.
And this particular security agreement, did it take the place of the ones we just saw?
Yes.
And do you recall when that might have been?
No.
Do you know if it was within a year of her starting or after? If you don't remember, that's fine.
Yes, it happened with all the Easter incident issue happened around that time.
Around that time. So this probably in the records would not have been the form that was being used?
No.
Okay. State would move to offer states exhibit item 45-1.
Hi, Ms. Tristan. Is it Tristan or Tristan?
Tristan.
Tristan. Okay. So I am going to just ask you about 45-1. You said that it was a document that was created, I guess, and you were present and you saw the document being created.
Yes.
Does the document reflect, I guess, because what the prosecutor asked you is it different than the security agreement, and it's different in format? Does it reflect the same kind of, I guess, statements that the security agreement
Can
reflects?
I look at that other one?
Sure.
Yes, so it was the amount of people, that was when if they have 50 people, they do have to pay for security, I believe.
I didn't hear that. You need to stay on the
Yes.
microphone.
Here you go. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was taken
No.
away.
So this document would be created when individuals would be saying they have 50 people, but then they would change it to less than that, and then Constable Vela would go to the event, and there would be more people. So they were just saying if they have 50 individuals attending with alcohol, will be required to have at least one law enforcement present.
Sure. And I guess my point is, and that's okay, I don't know that I'll have an objection to 45, but as part of the voir dire, my point is that information, and let's look at the actual exhibit. On 27-1 that's been entered into evidence, that would be the same type of information here that it says that if you don't pay security, you could be canceled.
Yes, just the only change for that one, I believe it would be if they have 50 in the reservation list, they need a deputy.
So it was added to be more specific to actually include the rules?
Yes, it was more specific.
Okay. And that would tell somebody who had this more information than the new one that you just talked about in, let me not get these confused. 45-1 would be more specific about the rules, right?
Yes.
And those were the rules that you understood?
Yes.
And it was a correct recitation of those rules?
Yes.
We don't have any objection.
States 45-1, is that it?
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit Item 45-1. And I'm going to ask you to read the first paragraph with the handwritten annotated changes.
A fee will be required the Bexar County Parks and Recreation to rent one of the pavilions at Rodriguez Park for a private event. The Bexar County Parks and Recreation will inform the individual they are to contact the Bexar County Constable's Office, Precinct 2. Just 1 second.
Just skip that word if you can't read it.
Law enforcement deputy for their private event. The individual's contact information will be forwarded by email from the Bexar County Parks and Recreation to the office of the Bexar County Constable by email. The Bexar County Constable's office is not a private security company. Each law enforcement deputy is paid independently. For the private event, a fee of $40 will be required by the deputy for his or her service an hour. This fee is required by each deputy to be paid a week prior to your event to secure a law enforcement deputy to be present. This amount paid for the law enforcement is not refundable unless the Rodriguez Park is closed for natural reasons. The money may be refunded to the individual for the law enforcement security only. All other fees collected by the Bexar County Parks and Recreation are not associated with the Bexar County deputy.
And continue.
Requirements to have a law enforcement deputy present by the Bexar County Parks and Recreation are as follows. 50 individuals attending with alcohol will be required to have at least one law enforcement present. For every 100 individuals attending with alcohol, one deputy will be required. For 150 to 200 individuals attending, 2 deputies will be required. The amount of individuals attending should not exceed the amount listed. Should this occur, the deputy will make contact with the individual listed on record for 2 options. The individual may have the option to hire an additional deputy for their events as listed above by the requirements 2. The deputy may have the option to depart due to the agreement attendees exceed amount and the unsafe environment. The event may be closed down upon the discretion of the deputy. By signing this document, you have agreed to all requirements listed, and a copy of this agreement will give to the deputy.
And is there a place for the person getting a security officer, a place for them to put their name?
It would be, yes, it would be the print name and the date.
And a place to sign as well?
Yes.
May I publish the jury?
That's right.
Let me, there's a back page. What's on the back side?
The date of your event will be held on blank, day of blank, 2019. The amount of individuals attending the event will be blank count. Alcohol present, yes or no. The individual's contact information, name, address, contact phone number.
I'm placing State's Exhibit Item 45-1 on the monitor. So this format is not like the previous one, correct?
Yes.
So it appears to have, you've just read it, it appears to have a lot more text in it.
Yes.
And then as far as the previous agreement where it's just a single page, this is a double page.
Yes.
And so it's on the back side of this document that you actually have a place to put the similar information like you did before?
Yes.
Did you know why the format was changed?
It would be within the issue of the Easter incident
And what was that issue that caused this to be changed?
about a refund, I believe.
About
A refund.
Okay, and do you know the details of that?
No.
So one of the things that you read that seems to be a lot different from the first one is in the very first paragraph. In the first agreement prior to Easter Sunday of 2019, I didn't hear you read any mention of the Bexar County Constable's Office is not a private security company. Is that anywhere in the old agreement?
No.
No. Do you even know what that means?
No.
And it appears you had stated that this is Constable Vela's handwriting.
Yes.
So after she proofread it, did a new form go into place?
Yes.
And from that point on, this is the form you used?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit S4.P2-1. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That would be the security agreement.
And for what customer?
Rita Fernandez.
And is there an associated date, just for identification purposes?
Yes. And that would be for April 2021 of 2019.
And do you recognize this as a document that was part of the Precinct 2 records?
Yes.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit S4.P2-1.
Your Honor, is there a way to get water? Okay.
Once we get through this exhibit, we're going to break for lunch, so.
You're on the airport out of this.
Yes.
Ms. Tristan, on this document, S4P2-1, that's not a document that you filled out.
No.
Okay, and so if you didn't fill this out, you can't say that you've ever seen this before.
Well, I did see this document because it was provided in the papers. All the papers are together.
Okay, and so
Yeah.
you, even though you didn't fill this out, you clearly know that you've seen this document?
Yes, I've seen that document.
Okay. And do you know how this document came into the state's possession?
That would be for, I made copies of those.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what you're saying is you believe that this is a copy that you made and gave to the state?
Yes.
All right, we have no objection.
What is the exhibit number again?
S4.P2-1.
That's what I.
It corresponds to Ranger Freeman's report.
S4P2-1 is admitted.
Did you want to break now, or I'm
You
going
can
to?
finish your questioning regarding that exhibit.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit S4.P2-1. What date was the event scheduled for?
That would be April 21st, 2019,
And what pavilion?
Pavilion 2.
And who is the point of contact or the person who reserved it?
Rita Fernandez,
And is there another person on there as well?
Lisa de los Santos,
And how many guests were attending?
150,
And how many deputies would be required to work the event?
1,
And what were the hours?
2 p.m. to 8 p.m.,
And how much was the security fee?
$300.
And by virtue of this document being filled out, does that mean that Rita Fernandez or the other individual paid $300?
Yes.
I'll place this on the monitors. So for the purposes of clarification, April 21st of 2019 is the Easter Sunday that we're talking about. Or if you don't
Yeah.
know that, that's
Yeah, I don't
Easter
know the
Sunday.
date,
Oh, you
yeah.
don't know, okay.
Yeah.
All right, no problem. I'm done with this exhibit, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to break for lunch. Jurors who remain under the same instructions will reconvene at 1:45. Thank you.
All right, to the jury.
Okay, let's go on the record. We're outside the presence of the jury. You all have some matters you want to take up? Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm sorry to take some while. This is not asking you to rule differently or asking you to rule a different way than you already have. It's just, I'm trying to give the court a little more context about some specifics that go under your order of limiting. And so I just don't want you to think that like the ruling on this, one way or another, we're not saying that that should affect your ruling, which is already in place. It's just, I've kind of been made aware of this and got the information, and so I wanted to share it with the court. Specifically, the document that they filed and that I've showed the court is it's a supplemental 404B notice that was given to us on Friday before the Monday that we started trial. Ms. McCraw in her questioning, and Ms. Tristan has, I think, alluded to operating a private security company and reserve deputies and some other things, which we believe already violates the order of limiting because those are other offenses and other things that we've asked not be considered in the court's rule. But specifically to operating a private security company using reserve deputies, that notice, that 404B notice was given to us after almost 3 years, was given to us the Friday before trial. And so we just wanted to share with the court. Now, there was other notice and other things that is covered under the court's ruling, which is like the things that she's been charged for, or the things that have been dismissed. We would agree that they gave us notice of that a long time ago. But we still would say that your ruling is correct and it shouldn't come in this case. But it's specific to that, I guess, to that issue that I've heard Ms. McCraw questioning the witness about. We would like to just point out to the court that in addition to the reasons for your ruling in the order of limiting, that we just didn't even get proper notice of it because we got it the Friday before trial on that specific issue. And so that's why I wanted to approach the court before Ms. Tristan comes back up before the jury.
So a few things, Judge. First, anything that has to deal with Rodriguez Park is all contextual. However, in an abundance of caution, I filed a notice of 404 on the Friday before, yes. But throughout trial and communication with defense counsel, that fact that she was running a security company without a license was communicated, and oral notice is sufficient, as the court is well aware of, in 404 matters. Again, that's all contextual. It relates to this offense. Also,
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there.
Yes.
It could very well be contextual. It doesn't mean that you two choose to just go into it. My motion in limine says approach. Explain to me it's contextual. Let me hear it. Let me make a ruling, and then you go forward, right? Whether I admit it or not. It could very well be contextual. It just doesn't mean you go into it. It does violate my motion in limine. So I didn't hear an objection. I heard it from the witness. I didn't hear an objection. So the fact they brought it up, it's in.
I understand, Judge, and I was on balance. I was listening. It's been kind of hinted at, but it hasn't been connected that this is a crime. That's obviously I would be objecting.
Well, and that witness wouldn't know.
I understand.
She couldn't give that opinion anyways.
And so that's why, for us, I wanted to do it. I didn't want the jury to have to go out. I wanted to try to just address that issue now and bring it to the court to say we think that they're stepping close and nobody's approaching and we haven't got to discuss it. And we didn't get adequate or reasonable notice on those two issues, especially.
In discussion on what potential witnesses we may call, we described that we may call Steve Moniger, who would discuss this issue at length, and told defense that one of the issues that he would discuss is that the way that this operation was going at Precinct 2, it was a violation of the Private Security Act. Therefore,
Okay,
running a security
let's
company
just all
without-
pretend it is a violation of the Private Security Act. How is it relevant to the indictment?
So one of the
You guys want to go all sorts of directions, but you never want to stop at 401. Relevance.
Relevance?
Tell me the relevance.
One of the issues, Your Honor, that we must prove is that it was her intent and intent, we can supply what motive she had
To
to tamper
alter,
with.
destroy, conceal Rodriguez Park logs. What does the private security company have to do
Because
with
she was
it?
committing multiple misdemeanors, and she did not want us to find out about it. Therefore, she had a reason to tamper with the documents and hide
Absolutely
the
not.
evidence.
No, if that's your explanation, no, that's not going to suffice. No.
That's her motivation to tamper with the documents, Judge. One of the elements we have to prove is intent.
To alter, destroy, or conceal.
Right. So if the testimony is, if the argument, again, anticipating argument, well, these are just documents and they don't matter and all that. Well, they do matter because they show and establish that she was committing a crime and she didn't want us to know what that crime was.
And you're saying the grand jury was investigating her for operating a private security company?
The grand jury was investigating her for aggravated perjury, the arrest, unlawful arrest of Leo Moreno. That was the pending investigation at the time, in addition to a civil rights violation for an illegal blood draw.
None of that is tampering.
And when we don't get the documents that we know exist over there, we determine why is she not turning over these documents. It's
Because it demonstrates that she had a reason to either alter documents or conceal them from us. She was, a third prong of the investigation was what had occurred at Rodriguez Park. And so we were investigating all three at the same time.
Right. And you guys have an indictment, and we're in trial for that indictment, and all
Yes,
that other stuff does not matter for
Well,
this indictment.
Actually, it does, because one of the elements we have to prove that there was a pending or ongoing criminal investigation. The tampering didn't happen
Because
until-
you told the jury, you handed her a subpoena, a grand jury subpoena
Yes,
for
but-
Rodriguez Park logs. Established.
Yeah, but
How do you have to go further than that?
we have to demonstrate that there was an ongoing criminal investigation prior to her tampering and fabricating evidence. And so we have to be able to talk about what that investigation was.
We'll stipulate. We'll
Well,
stipulate
we were
there was
also,
an ongoing grand jury
you better be careful what you stipulate to.
No,
because
I'm
we-
not going to accept any stipulations. No, I'm not going to accept anything that's not related to this indictment. And it has to be relevant.
What about the
I know you
investigation?
all. I know. Well, you can say there was an investigation because
But
you
can we
said in
tell what we
opening
were investigating
you-
related to Rodriguez Park?
it's related to Rodriguez Park.
There was a theft investigation.
Well, that's not charged.
Because we didn't have the documents to prove it, so we unfounded that part of the investigation. So it was still part of the investigation, and it is why we asked for grand jury documents. That is the element that we have to prove. If you bar us from that, you are barring us from proving an element of the offense.
I am barring you from going into prohibited conduct that is not alleged in the indictment, that still has to survive the prejudicial and probative analysis, which we've never done because I've never heard the facts.
But 404B allows us to go into motive. And motive is, she knew she was running an unlicensed,
It still has to survive the balancing test, which we have not done.
but it doesn't mean you won't let it in, you just haven't reached that point.
We haven't
factually.
reached that point to make that analysis.
I see. So there is still the potential that you're not barring us, period. You're just allowing us to give you more information to make that
It is a
decision.
motion in limine. It's so fact specific. And I haven't heard any facts that require me to just tell you, yes, open the door, go right ahead. I'm not going to do that. I need to hear the facts.
So the facts that have been presented was that she was handed cash directly. And the facts that were presented from Officer or Corporal Olivares was that if someone were to take cash directly, they can't then go and hand it to deputies who are working side jobs because that would be a violation of the Security Act. And the
Well,
testimony
that
that's already
is-
come in has said that she received cash directly.
I heard him say that.
And
No.
so if she has received cash directly, and Mark Olivares has testified, if you receive cash directly and then pay it out, that's a violation of the Security Act. I believe at that point, Judge, we have established that portion of what your Honor's asking.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. So, anything else?
No, Your Honor. And I'm sorry to take up more time.
All it means is approach. When you get to the point where you believe the facts have been developed, and Oscar, I don't agree with you that you've developed them, that has to do with tampering. It is connected, it is evidence of tampering. Then approach, and then we can excuse the jury, and we can have this balancing test, and then we can keep going. Anything else before we bring them in?
No, Your Honor.
Bring them in, please.
Witness anybody else.
Oh, can we give it a witness first, Judge?
Yes, they're gonna light them up. You can get her. Isn't the conference room open for you guys today? This one? Jason, I'm gonna have this back to you.
Oh, thank you. I believe you have it in this file. Just,
All rise for adjournment.
Thank you. Y'all may be seated. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 56, a 20-page document. It's already in evidence. You may not have seen it in this format before, but do you recognize the kind of entries on it?
Yes.
And what are those kind of entries
Reservations.
for?
Rodriguez Park.
So what is the beginning one on the document, date-wise, for the event?
That would be this one.
You'll have to read the columns to determine the event date.
Yes, so that would be Dare County Parks, and that would be for holidays, reservation description.
And what would be the first line on the document for the first entry?
It says,
Do you see a date for the very first reservation?
yes,
And what date's that?
and that is December 8th, 2015.
So that is a column entitled what?
Is it date reservation made?
Can you see the reserve date column?
Yes.
And what date is that?
It's right here. Reservation is January 1st, 2017.
So this document begins with the first event for January 1st, 2017. Let's go to the very back, and there's a lot of pages. So, and look at the same column and look at that date.
Yes.
I noticed
This one, right here.
And go all the way down to the bottom for the very last entry.
So that would be July 28th, 2019.
Okay, so this document appears to have entries for those beginning and ending dates. So that's beginning of 2017, January, all the way through July of 2019. So when it comes to Rodriguez Park reservations, we talked about how it's usually just weekends.
Yes.
Is that every weekend?
Sometimes they would get reservations within the week.
But on weekends, was there ever a period of time during a seasonal thing if the park closed?
Yes.
And do you recall what that might be? I know it was a long time ago.
So for the reservations, I know that there was certain holidays that the Bexar County parks were closed. Yes.
So it wasn't like, there's 52 weeks in a year, and that would be 2 days for every weekend. So that's 104 potential weekend days, right?
Yes.
So some of those weekends it's not open?
I would say for the holiday week, it depends on their calendar. And some holidays they would have the pavilion open for the public to reserve. So yeah, for some holidays it was open to the public.
So they didn't have to do a reservation? The park was just open?
No, they always had to make a reservation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking is, was the park year-round?
Yes.
Okay, so you had the potential for that many weekend dates, 104 each year?
Yes.
So this went through July of 2019, so we're talking about roughly how many years and months? January of 2017 through July of 2019. What is that?
3 years.
Well,
3 years.
2.5.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, not all reservations require security.
Yes. So some people would do under 50. So those they won't need security.
Do you have a sense of having been the person in charge of this and doing all the reservations for that period of time? That sounds like a lot of reservations.
Yes.
Most of the time, was security needed?
No.
So do you have an idea of the percentage of times it would be required? I know you don't know the exact number, but just a sense of how many times security officers were needed.
It was a big portion.
A big portion?
Yes.
Okay. So, and at the very least, what do you recall the average number of hours that was scheduled for security officers? Like how many hours were they booked for? Do you have a sense of what that was?
So all reservations are different. They'll go from 4 hours through probably the whole day.
Okay,
So-
so is it usually a minimum of 4 hours?
Yes.
Is there a minimum requirement by the precinct? Like when the patron comes in and schedules for a security officer, do you have to tell them you must have a security officer for a minimum number of hours?
I don't remember.
Okay. So, but your sense is that at a minimum it was 4 hours?
Yes.
So, what, in your recollection, was the largest amount of money that anybody had to pay for security? Does anything stand out in your mind?
The number would be around $800
Okay.
that I've seen.
So, as per what you described earlier before lunch, you talked about the procedures. Even if it was a lot of money coming in, would it be the same procedure?
Yes.
And so it would go into the envelope and then you would hand it to who?
Constable Michelle Barrientes Vela.
So this document of all these reservations, this represents a lot of money.
Yes.
So we're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yes.
Let's talk about the fees. When Constable Vela came in on that January 1st of 2017, she was discussing with you Rodriguez Park. What was the fee? What was the fee before she changed it? What was that fee as of that day, that morning when you first met her?
I do remember, I believe it was $30 an hour, and we were just following Bexar County Park's hourly rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, did she change that fee?
In time, yes.
So, at what point in time do you recall that she changed the fee?
I don't remember when she changed it, but she changed the fee on that. There were certain holidays, an example, Father's Day, that was a holiday, and she changed the fee to $50 an hour for holidays that I remember.
And then a normal day that wasn't a holiday, what fee did that change to?
I would say $40 an hour?
But you don't recall when that happened?
No.
So do you recall a day when Texas Ranger Brad Freeman showed up at the office?
Yes.
Do you recall the date?
No.
When he showed up, did you talk to him?
No.
Did you know who he was?
No.
Did he have to, how did he gain access to the precinct?
I was there working, and I didn't know who he was at the time. Then he went into the office. All administration went into the conference room again.
And when you say all of administration, who are you talking about?
I would be Chief Anthony Castillo, Jeremy Minor, and Mark Garcia.
So what was Jeremy Minor's rank?
Lieutenant.
And what was Mark Garcia's rank?
I don't remember. Yeah.
So it was just the constable, Chief Deputy Castillo, Lieutenant Minor, and Mark Garcia.
Yes.
And is that, you call that her admin? Is that what you call it?
Yes.
Are they like the rank, the highest rank in the office?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I didn't hear, can we figure out what date and time this is?
She doesn't remember.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember if it was summer or winter?
It was about, it was around the, almost like April, May. It's been a while, so I'm not certain when, but it was around the summertime.
Summertime?
Yeah.
And do you remember what year?
Yes, that was for 2019.
Okay, so summertime of 2019.
Yes.
So, do you recall how long they were in the conference room?
I don't remember.
Did anything else happen that day with the admin and after Ranger Freeman left?
I just remember they were upset and they all went into their offices, and then after that I didn't pay attention.
At some time after that, were you asked to collect documents?
Yes.
How soon after that do you recall that occurring?
They, I believe, I remember she called me in one, I guess before that,
She?
a constable. And I believe there was some documents she got served. And then at that moment, she said that she needed copies of everything regarding Rodriguez Park.
And is that how she said it, everything related to Rodriguez Park?
Yes.
Was she asking anybody besides you to find documents related to Rodriguez Park?
I believe it was, I don't remember, but it was mostly me that she wanted me to make copies of items. I even stayed late and got all those, it was a lot, 7 piles, I remember, of documentation of Rodriguez Park.
So, where did you find these documents in order to make copies?
It was everything I had, for the park, emails, all types of things like that, and the receipts, everything.
So you made a copy of that receipt book? The
Yes.
two receipt books we've already showed this?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have to print out emails, or did you have already hard copies that had been previously printed out?
No, I had to print some, I believe, but most of all, I had all those, the little Excel sheet that you've seen before with the reservation list and everything. I had that all. So yeah, it was a lot of information.
And the 7 piles, how tall were these piles?
I would say it was let's see, it's probably like real thick, like this, like around halfway.
Okay, and how many inches is that?
Say like 2, 3.
2 or 3 inches each pile?
Yes.
Were those duplicates, or were those just everything you found?
It was all the same. It was like all the same. I made one big copy, and then I made, it was 7, and I was having issues with the copy printer, so I had to stay late because that was large portions of copies.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you had one stack that was 2 or 3 inches thick, and then you made 6 more copies.
Yes.
And what did you do with those copies?
I gave them to the constable.
And how did you give them to her? Did you like set them up for her, or
Yeah.
just hand them? Oh,
Just all of them.
okay. Was anybody else collecting documents and handing you their copies for you to make copies?
That I don't remember. I do remember her giving me some of her those agreements.
Objective not responsive. She didn't remember the question. Now she's added when she doesn't.
I'm going to hand you a transparent purple folder. It's marked as States Exhibit 31-2. You recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, just generally describe what is this?
It is items that I have archived, just anything related to Rodriguez Park.
Okay. Did you maintain these at your desk?
Yes.
And so, how thick is the stack of records approximately that are in here?
Let's see, say 3 inches or 4.
Okay, is this the same, about the same stack that you just described of the 7?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to just have you briefly look at this, look through it. And I know you've looked through it before, but I'm going to ask you to do that again. And just to refresh your memory about what's contained there so that we can see if it's that same stack you're talking about.
Yes.
Did Constable Vela tell you why you were making these stacks?
Yes, that they we needed all information of Rodriguez Park because the office, including myself, are under investigation. Or that's what she said.
Did she talk about? You said something earlier about she got a document that told her to get records. Did she talk to you about that document?
Yes, the serving paperwork that she received from Bradley.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you say Bradley, who are you talking about?
Bradley Freeman.
The Texas Ranger?
Yeah, Texas Ranger.
So you just stated that you kept this purple binder at your desk?
Yes.
We talked earlier about the different kind of documents that come into existence for a reservation.
Mm-hmm.
The security agreements, was it your job to preserve those security agreements?
No.
Who received those security agreements?
The constable.
And at any point in time, did she return those to you?
At times, but I was never told before about collecting or saving those. I only cared about the receipts. And I was not told until she got served. And then she told me that I was custodian of records. And she told me I had to sign something. And
It's the same.
Okay, let's slow down one
Yes.
step at a time. And so you had these documents, and you said sometimes she might hand back some documents such as a security agreement.
yes,
So you said the only thing that you cared about was the receipts. So why were the receipts so important?
for the auditors.
When she would hand back documents to you, did she state what to do with them?
No.
So you had stated about the auditor every 3 months came to the office.
Yes.
When they would come to the office to review your records, what kinds of things were they looking at?
Anything related money, all the money book for cashier's checks, anything for cases, and Rodriguez Park.
So when they were looking at your Rodriguez Park documents related to money, what did they look at?
Who I give the money to.
And you had talked about previously in your testimony that they were giving you tips on how to track that.
Yes.
And so what did you do in response to keeping a track on the money?
I started an Excel sheet, and from then that moment on, I started the Excel sheet, and it was much nicer that way than written. And then I put all of them said constable. And
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to get that Excel spreadsheet.
Yes.
Was that Excel spreadsheet in your computer?
Yes.
Is that one of the documents that you placed in the stack of the 7?
It's there, but you're not going to see a name, I believe, because I was told by constable to take off her name.
Okay, I'll get there. I'm going to hand you what's marked Estates Exhibit Item 46-2-1. It's a 4-page document. Will you take a look at that?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And you created that document?
Yes.
Move to admit States Exhibit Item 46-2-1.
Now, may we briefly approach on this?
Hold on, please.
State's Exhibit 46-2-1. The top of the document, what is the title of the document?
Receipt log.
And what does this mean to you?
It just means the amount of money received in Bexar County Precinct 2,
For what purpose?
Rodriguez Park.
So this document only relates to Rodriguez Park?
Yes.
So let's go to column 1. What is the heading for column 1?
Date received.
And so then below it are list of dates?
Yes.
And those would represent what?
Dates that I was told they wanted documentation of Rodriguez Park from 2017 through present time. That was 2019.
So that date is the date significant for what reason?
For
Is it an event date? Is it a date you received cash?
yeah, the date received cash.
Okay, and what is the second column?
Receipt number.
And what is that receipt number referring to?
The book, the money receipt book.
So if we were to look at this log and compare it to those 2 exhibits we showed you that were the little yellow carbon copies, they would
Yes.
match up.
Yes.
And what does the third column heading say?
Amount.
And that amount represents what?
The money received.
And then the fourth column, what does that say?
Number of deputies.
And are there numbers underneath there?
Yes.
And what do those represent?
The deputy that worked the event, which is just one.
Well, you don't have to talk about what's in each column, so,
But before this.
no,
Okay.
don't talk about that yet.
Okay.
So this is a 4-page document. Does it continue on with the same information?
I did not finish the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the very last date, what do you have on here?
That would be June 7, 2019.
State would move to admit.
Let me give the jurors a break. Go ahead and
Take your afternoon break. I will see you back here in about 15 minutes. We'll call you when we're done with this business.
All right, Andrew.
The indictment as it originally was before the motion to quash, before it was changed, that was the count two, paragraph 8, I think. And the allegation was that she, actually, Your Honor, we have a discussion about it at this on the stand because
Yes, please step down. I forgot to.
well, she's already shown a willingness to want to get this information out because that's what she was trying to say about stop.
Well, she's leaving. Keep going.
So, that's what my concern is that they had charged that, and they charged it as criminal activity. They had to quash that. They had to abandon that as a crime. And so if they abandon that as a crime and then now have her say, well, it was originally in this form, but Michelle maybe changed it to this, it goes back to the tampering count that they were trying to put in but got quashed. So what I'm saying is...
Well, it wasn't quashed. I didn't grant the motion to quash. You guys
I guess you're
amended it
right.
by agreement.
Yes, Your Honor, that is true. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on that. When we had the motion to quash, the court suggested that if we didn't come to an agreement on something, that one of those things would have to go. And so that's when we made the agreement. But then once we made the agreement, that is the new indictment. And they abandoned and they waived and abandoned that issue. So I guess my point is if the document is like, this is how Susan kept the records, I think it does come in. But if the document is, this is how Susan kept the records, but Michelle was tampering with that document, then they're basically getting that tampering back.
No, that's not what I understand. I understand that Michelle instructed her to create a spreadsheet.
What Ms. Tristan was about to say, and not to her credit, did stop her, but what Ms. Tristan was about to say is that's not how the document was originally. It had the deputies' names on it, and Michelle was going to told me to take the deputies' names out and put in the numbers. She was attempting to say that. Dawn stopped her from saying that, and that's what our concern is about the document, is that now it's going to be used as if she's tampering with the document, and they had to abandon that allegation.
Okay, well, I don't think you get there. I think it's fine to introduce it. You need to admonish your witness, though. She cannot go into anything that I have not already authorized.
It's part of her personality to talk, and she just talks, and so I'm trying to hold her back.
She needs to count to 3 before she answers a question.
Okay, well, I'll go talk to her before the jury.
Yes, because I don't want it to slip out that she's just so ready to say stuff that's
I
not
think she's nervous.
appropriate. Any other objection?
No, Your Honor, just the document itself, I agree, it is part of record keeping, but using it to say that it was tampering, we would just ask for it not to be used for that purpose.
Yeah, it can't be used for that purpose. She's already established Michelle told her to create this in response to the subpoena or something like that. So that is fine. That is fine. Exhibit 46-2-1 is admitted. All right, we'll take a 15-minute break. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
So before the break, we were talking about State Exhibit 46-2-1 that is now in evidence.
Yes.
So this document, this version of this document is the final version that you were aware of.
Yes.
And is this one of the documents that you placed in the stack of 7?
Yes.
And just to recap, this is the document that the auditors wanted you to sort of keep track of things.
Yes.
Within that stack, that purple binder that I showed you, which is marked States Exhibit 31-2, I'm not going to look at every single page, but I'm going to go page by page that I do want to talk about. So I just wanted you to know where I was coming from with these documents in my hand.
Your Honor, could I, just to let the court know, and Dawn and I talked about this, that at the time that she's admitting them, and I think that you have, that just these documents came from that, even though we're not agreeing to everything in there is going to come into evidence, but the documents there were attached there, and I told her I just wanted that to be clear to the court, because the thing is not actually going up there with those documents.
Right.
Thank
Should
you.
have if it's not positive.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 31-2-1. Just generally describe what that is.
Rodriguez Park Reservation list?
And is this something that you created?
No,
Who created that?
the Bexar County Parks.
Well, did you actually create the document you're holding in your hand to aid you?
Well, to write for, as my personal way of knowing that I need to call these individuals.
I see. So similar to what I had shown before where you use it as an aid for
Yes.
yourself? Okay. It's the Bexar County Parks information, but you created this for your own help?
Yes.
Okay. State moves to enter States Exhibit 31-2-1.
May I briefly word on this?
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Tristan. On 31-2-1, I guess what you were saying is that the typed things that we see on here, that was just something that the Bexar County Reservation or Parks people sent to you as the reservation.
Yes.
But the markings on here are the markings that you made to help you keep track of the reservations.
Yes.
Okay, so you would agree that these markings, or would you agree, I don't know, that these markings that you made, this is like an original document. This isn't a copy of the document. This is the actual document that you were working with for these reservations.
Yes.
Okay. We have no objection.
32-2-1 is admitted.
Your Honor, I'd just like to make clear for the record that there is a post-it note on there, and I don't have any objection to it, but it could possibly be knocked off or removed.
Would you like me to staple it?
Okay. Just to where I guess you can still see the minutes.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm placing on the monitor States Exhibit 31-2-1.
No, 32. Not 31. You said 30.
I'm sorry, 31-2-1.
Oh. I admitted 32-2-1.
I'm
so-
sorry, Your Honor. I know my numbering system's complicated. It just corresponds to the evidence bag.
32, so I'm going to withdraw that exhibit I admitted earlier. That's not been offered yet. So this, the one that is being admitted is 31-2-1.
And just to be clear, Your Honor, 31 represents the evidence bag number, and then 2 represents the second document, and then I have a bunch of the documents, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Right. You already have some other 31s. I understand.
Thank you. So this is just another version of what I had showed earlier, Susan?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 31-2-2, and if you recognize that.
Yes.
And just generally describe what that is.
The updated security agreement.
And is this an actual one that was signed by a client?
Yes.
And how many pages is this document?
2.
And what date is on the front of the document?
July 9th, 2019.
State would offer States Exhibit 31-2-2.
Can you hear me briefly, just on the level?
Yes.
Ms. Tristan?
You called this the updated security agreement. I noticed that the signature is in green. So would you say that this, and I guess some of this information, so would you say that that would tell you that this is the original document that was signed by the customer and that was filled out, I guess, by you or whoever?
Yes.
Can you tell us who filled this out on the back?
Amanda Filio?
And so would that have been the customer that filled this information out?
Yes.
And was that common for the customer to fill the information out on the...
We use the same pen, it looks like, so I only did the date and time, and then she signed it there in the bottom.
Okay, so you would have had a pen and you would have done date and time and then you would have handed her the pen?
Yes.
Okay, understood. We have no objection.
What is the number?
31-2-2.
Okay. I read it.
So for purposes, so the jury understand, this is the same form we talked about being updated that had the corrections by Constable Vela, but this is an actual one in play.
Yes.
May I publish to the jury?
Yes.
So I'm placing on the monitor States 31-2-2. And the date on here that the client signed was July 9th of 2019?
Yes.
And then page 2 is what it would look like filled out.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 31-2-3. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what kind of document is that?
A survey on your experience at the Rodriguez Park.
So a survey.
Yes.
Is there a particular date associated with this survey? Did somebody sign it and date it?
Yes.
What's the date?
There is no date on this document.
Okay.
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 31-2-3.
Here, I can do the report out here if that's okay. Ms. Tristan, I have that same question about that document, which is, in looking at that, does that look like an original and not a copy? That would be the original one that you got back?
That's an original.
Okay, we have no problem, no objection.
21-2-3 is
May I publish the jury?
Yes.
So we hadn't previously seen this type of document. When did the surveys come about?
After the incident at Easter.
And on this particular one, it looks like there's an individual who signs it as a contact person for the event. Would that be the person who brought about the reservation and hired a security officer?
Yes.
And then it has a deputy's name. It looks like an original signature of the deputy. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So what's the procedure with the survey that the actual deputy who works signs it?
The deputy would have the survey and it would be included into the envelope with money, and it would just be their
blank
surveys.
one?
Yeah.
Okay. And so at some point in time, how does the deputy acquire the blank form?
It would be when the money is given to the constable, it would be all together with the envelope.
And then what is the deputy supposed to do with the form?
They would give it to the person that reserved the pavilion, and they would just do it there at the same day.
And then after they fill it out, what do they do with it?
They would just give it back to the constable.
To the constable directly,
Yeah.
or not the deputy?
The deputy would give it directly to the constable, and then the constable would give those to me.
I see. And that's why this would have been in your little packet?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 31-2-19. A 5-page document. Do you recognize that cover page?
Yes.
And what is that cover page? You don't have to read it, just generally, what is it?
Document stating I am a custodian of records.
Okay, and what date is that signed?
June 21st of 2019.
And is that your signature?
Yes.
And then flip to page 2. And what is that attachment, just generally?
Voluntary statement.
Whose voluntary statement?
My own.
And is that voluntary statement on the remainder of the pages?
Yes.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit 31-2-19.
Ms. Tristan?
As part of this business records affidavit that you filled out, you would say that this is a statement that you made, generally involving your duties and your role as custodian, or I'm sorry, as I guess working with Rodriguez Park.
Yes.
But this was a statement that you made. I guess what I'm saying is that you would agree that this is not a statement. It would not be normal or customary for you to keep as part of your regular duties a statement that you created.
No.
And so Because this statement was created for a specific purpose of explaining something, but that's not like something you would normally handle as Rodriguez Park, as your own statement that you've written out.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I know that there should be a business record affidavit attached to it, but we would object to hearsay. And unless you can further explanation, we'll stand with it.
I see.
And I can question the witness further if necessary regarding that, how it came about.
Hearsay?
Yes, Your Honor. And I would compare it to like if it's
Do you want her to switch microphones?
No, but she actually needs the second one as well.
Oh, I see.
Needed one too. Okay.
So it states Exhibit 31-2-19 is admitted?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to hand you that exhibit, and you briefly described it, but I'm just going to direct your attention to the first page of your voluntary statement. Who directed you to do this statement?
Constable.
And do you know why she had you do this statement?
For the paper documents that she needed for Rodriguez Park.
So this was, let me hand this to you. Let me sit down. So this was the same period of time that you were gathering all the records?
Yes.
And this document describes what? You don't have to read it, just describes what?
It describes the Rodriguez Park from the beginning to end.
And what do you mean by beginning to end?
The procedure from the Rodriguez Park before the administration of Vela.
And then to the present time when you finished writing that document?
Yes.
And what date did you write that document?
June 21st, 2019.
And was this included in the records that you made copies for the 7 stacks?
Yes.
Is there anything, I'm going to have you take a moment to just review it since it's your statement. And I want to make sure that you can refresh your memory from it. And then I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
direct your attention to something you mentioned on page 4. You talked about the security agreements and how they were kept.
Yes.
What was the process?
Yes, for the security agreement, they would be a copy.
So how did you retain the documents? Were you responsible for keeping them?
At the time, signing my name for that date of custodian of records, yes.
And was it ever part of the procedure to shred those security agreements?
Yes,
And you placed that in your statement?
yes,
Having just reviewed it, is this pretty much what you've already told the jury?
yes.
Now, let me ask you about that agreement. Is that the only voluntary statement related to procedures that you wrote?
No.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit S8.P3, and just generally describe that.
A voluntary statement.
And flip to the second page. Let me show you the first page again. What is that dated at the top?
June 11, 2019.
And let me direct you to page 2 of this document. What is the date of that?
June 14, 2019.
And that, you said that's another voluntary statement? And then direct you to the third page, and what is that?
It kept going.
Oh, so your second page kept going on a page to the third?
Yes.
Okay. Did you prepare that voluntary statement in the same manner that you did the one we just spoke of in State's Exhibit 31-2-19? So you've already testified in 31-2-19 that you prepared this document on June 21st of 2019.
Yes.
So is State's Exhibit S8.P3 talking about procedures at Rodriguez Park?
No.
What is it talking about, just in general?
Easter.
Well,
Incident.
Easter incident. So who directed you to draft State's Exhibit S8.P3?
Constable.
And she directed you to draft the second voluntary statement attached to it as well?
Yes.
And do you know the purpose you were directed to give that statement?
Because she was served, so she wanted documentation.
Do you know what she was served with?
Yes.
What was she served with?
Rodriguez Park documentation. That they just wanted all the information regarding Rodriguez Park.
I will just object to that because the subpoena specifically does not say they want all information. It's very specific. We went over the statement and she doesn't have the knowledge. It's all speculation.
Could I ask her what she's relying that answer on?
Sure. What were you directed to collect and gather in Rodriguez Park documents?
Just everything related to Rodriguez Park.
I can hear her.
Everything related to Rodriguez Park.
So, from your understanding, when a document came in asking for documents, you were asked to give everything you had?
Yes.
And who asked you to do that?
Constable.
Your Honor, just guess so we would ask the jury to disregard what she said the subpoena was asking for, because that is not what the subpoena was asking for. That wasn't what the question was and her answer was. Her answer before was that the subpoena had said that they want all documents related to Rodriguez.
Right, so the jury will disregard the earlier answer that the subpoena said, anything. Instead, what the answer is, what I'm understanding is that the constable told her to get everything ready related to Rodriguez Park.
Correct.
Okay, so in that matter, in that part is sustained, and the jury is instructed to that. Good night.
State moves to exhibit S8.P3.
Are you saying S as eight the number or a letter?
8 the number.
Okay. S8 point, I'm
P3.
sorry, S8P.3.
Point P3.
Did you also ask her about 35219? I thought you had that. Is that? I thought you were inquiring about that one.
31-2-19, Your Honor, I believe you admitted it. This is a different statement.
Yeah, this is,
This is the second statement?
It's a different statement.
Different. I apologize. Okay. Objection.
Yes, Your Honor, we approach the objections to your statement.
do you want me to separate them?
Yes. So S8, P3, A, and B are admitted.
So I'm going to, sorry. Okay. So I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit S8.P3A. What date did you prepare this document?
June 11, 2019.
And were you told why you needed to prepare it?
Yes.
And generally speaking, this is a one-page document. What were you describing in, well, you can take a minute to read it if you don't remember it. What was the subject matter you were covering in this voluntary statement?
Rodriguez Park. Easter refund.
And was there a particular person that was trying to get a refund?
Yes.
And who was that?
I don't remember the name.
And you
At
didn't
this
place
time.
it in there?
No.
Okay. I'm going to hand you, so after you prepared this document, were you told anything about how it would be used?
Yes.
And what were you told?
It would be sent to the Texas Rangers.
And would you happen to know whether or not that occurred?
No.
And did you keep your own personal copy of this?
Yes.
And what did you do with a copy of that?
I gave copies to the Texas Rangers.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit S8.P3B. What date was that prepared?
June 14, 2019.
And what is the subject matter of that voluntary statement?
Easter.
And you prepared a document on June 11th, 2019 for Easter. Why is there an additional voluntary statement for the same subject?
Because I wrote one, just one, and Constable didn't like what I wrote, and I had to write it 3 times.
3 times?
3 times.
And the third time being that document we already talked about?
Yes.
So this one appears to be a 2-page document and has more information.
Yes.
And so you were asked to include more information?
Yes.
And on this document, does it talk about who was involved with that Easter incident?
Yes.
And who is that?
Jesus Reyes.
In this document, let me give you an opportunity to just review it. I know it's been a while.
Done.
So, to your recollection, did Mr. Reyes come into the office?
Yes.
And did you speak to him?
Yes.
And what was it in regards?
Regards to the Easter Rodriguez Park.
And what was it that he was approaching Precinct 2 for?
He just wanted to speak to the constable.
And was he able to do that?
At the day of, no.
Do you have a specific complaint that he represented to you?
For that day, I do remember he did stop by and he just wanted to forgive the constable because he likes reserving at the park every year. And then he just walked away.
were in the process of gathering the documents, did you ever have an occasion to work directly with the constable on gathering those records?
Yes.
And what type of records did you work with her personally to gather?
Receipts, those security agreements, those Bexar County reservation lists, emails.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 31-2-4. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is this?
The cash log.
And just generally speaking, what is a cash log?
Cash log is the money that we receive from the reservations. And we just add the receipt number from the book.
And so could you briefly state the columns so we can understand what type of information is on this document?
Yes, so the first column is cash amount. Second column is receipt number. Third column is receipt by, and they would sign it, and then date.
So is State's Exhibit 31-2-4 an original?
Yes.
And you recognize it?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 31-2-5. Is that the same type of document as 31-2-4?
Yes.
Now on the top, it doesn't say Rodriguez Park cash log. Is it still a Rodriguez Park cash log?
Yes.
And it has the same columns?
Yes.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit 30, I'm sorry, is this also an original?
Yes.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit 31-2-4 and 31-2-5.
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Tristan. So on 31-2-4, were these found in that purple that you had?
Yes.
Okay. So these you maintained in your possession.
Yes.
And I know there's a lot of different things on there.
Mm-hmm.
Were you the person that filled some of this out or all of this out, or?
Some of it.
Okay, can you just, in general, if we look down like the cash amount, would that be something that you filled out?
Yes.
And the receipt number, and I'm talking about 31-2-4, receipt number, would you have filled that out?
Yes.
I guess the receipt by, those are different signatures or names, that would not be what you filled out.
No.
And what about where it says date and that information down there, would that be what you filled out?
Yes.
And 31-2-5, Don said, and I can see it too, that it doesn't say it on the top. Did you fill out some or all of this part?
Some.
Okay, and so cash amount, would that be you?
Yes.
Receipt number, would that be you?
Yes.
Received cash, would that be you?
Yes.
And then I guess in the date, and it also has some dates and signatures, that would be some of you, is that? Would that be you, like, I guess, in some of the columns?
Some.
And then in others, it would be people's signatures and other things?
Yes.
Okay. I will have more questions for you when it's my time to question, but for now I have no
Objection?
Your Honor, I didn't want to.
Judge, yes, we have no objection. And just to let the court know, on some of these documents, the way that the scanner copied it, the colors kind of look different, and so I'm just trying to check what we have there.
Okay. So no objections to either one of
No
those?
objections to either.
31 dash, I'm sorry,
31-2-4
and 31,
-2-5.
both of those are admitted.
So let's start with State's Exhibit 31-2-4. So before I publish this to the jury, I just want to describe a little more detail about the content. So on these cash amounts, that represents what?
The amount of money received from the reservation,
And the receipt number represents what?
the number to the receipt book.
So those little yellow carbon copies.
Yes.
And the received by represents what?
The person receiving the money.
So the person receiving the money, who would that generally be? You don't, not specific to any individual, but the kind of category of the person.
Deputy or higher ranking.
And why would they be signing in that column?
They are receiving the money.
And is that because they worked at the park for that event?
Yes.
And then on the date column, there seems to be more information than just dates. What have you supplied in that column?
Who was assigned to that event? And it just looks like it's just the name of the individual.
So when you say the name of the individual,
The reservation.
okay, and over to the side, you have indicated which pavilion?
Yes.
And when you say who it was assigned to, what do you mean?
It would be assigned to those individuals from per constable.
The person who works security?
Yes.
So how would you, I know where you got the information for the assignment of the reservation. However, the assignment of the officer, how do you find out that information?
Constable.
And how does she tell you that?
She just let me know or contact the office.
And at the point you receive the information, what do you do with that information?
I would just add it to the log.
So is this a running log?
Yes.
So over time, it gets filled in more and more and more?
Yes.
So when the column that's filled by the received by these officers that are getting paid, how is it that they are able to sign this log?
Because they were coming in and they were signing it there in the office.
And is that at your desk?
Yes.
And did you see the constable pay them at that time?
No.
Okay.
I did not see.
So was it their job to then come to you to say they received the money?
Yes.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor? So I've placed State's Exhibit 31-2-4 on the monitor. On the top, this is the cash log you just described. It has all different colors of ink. Why is that? Just over time?
Not over time. It was mostly just for within that time frame of everything that was going on with my apologies, the Rodriguez Park document.
So what I'm saying about the different kinds of pens, we talked about this being a running log.
Yes.
And so maybe on these first three where we see the receipt numbers are in a bolder blue marker, was that probably something that was the marker that happened to be on your desk at that day?
Yes.
And then you drop down to the next three and it's in a black ink pen?
Yes.
And so we can tell that this document is made over time?
Yes.
Do you recall when this type of document was being used?
Yes.
When was that?
That would be within the time frame of, I would say, that everything that was going on.
So the April of 2019 timeframe?
Yes.
So this was already in use to do it
Yes.
this way?
Yes.
I'm also going to place State Exhibit 31-2-5 for the jury to be able to see a similar document. It's not totally completed, and why would that be?
What I remember is that they wanted information, and that's when they constable wanted me to get the book and write it, and then as you can see, some of her signatures, I guess, on there. Of course, one person did sign it there.
Up on the top?
Yes.
Those 2 signatures?
Yes.
Okay, and so those would be the, this one looks just, yeah, it's kind of, they kind of have 2 signatures. Is that because two people worked that day? Because there's $360 received. There, you have one officer signing here and one officer signing to the left?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And so if 2 or more people signed, you'd have 2 or more signatures?
Yes.
And then you can, in the date in this column, what is that very top date there? Can you see it?
No.
No? Okay, let me hand it to you.
May 2nd, 2019.
So we were talking about April of 2019 being the time where documents had to be gathered, or actually that April 2019 was the Easter incident.
Yes.
This is just a little later than that.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point in time, you had to gather the documents, so that's where they stopped.
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2019.
Yes.
So the writing on here, the form appears to be typed, but the handwriting, the remainder is handwriting.
Yes.
So to describe it, is the Rodriguez Park handwritten cash logs?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as States Exhibit 31-2-7. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is that?
Cash log.
And is it still related to Rodriguez Park?
Yes.
However, Rodriguez Park is not written on the top.
Yes. Yeah, it wasn't written.
It wasn't written? Okay,
Yes.
all right. So what were the columns in, the names of these columns?
Column 1, receipt number. Column 2, event date. Column 3, cash amount. Column 4, receipt 5.
So this looks a little different than the first 2 we just talked about. The columns seem to be different. I'm going to hand you back States Exhibit 31-2-4 so you can see it. Why would the format change?
Because at the time I had to go to every receipt and write the receipt number on the sides, and it just changed throughout because it just wasn't what the constable wanted here, so I had to do it this way.
So she requested that you change the format a little bit?
Yes.
Okay, and in this format, there seems to be a little bit more typewritten, but there's still handwriting.
Yes.
And is that, some of that handwriting yours?
No, not in here, But this one, yes.
So hold on a second. They don't know what here is. So under the column for receipt number, is that typed or handwritten?
Right here.
Yes.
Typed.
And did you create did you input by typing those numbers in?
Yes.
And so you went where to obtain that receipt number?
The money cash receipt book.
The same
The
little
same.
yellow, okay. So, and then the event date column and the cash amount column, is that handwritten?
Yes.
And is that your handwriting?
Yes.
And where did you go to get that information?
The book, the money book.
Now, the final column, received by, apart from you just mentioned one is in your handwriting, is the rest your handwriting?
No.
And comparing this cash log to the State's Exhibit 31-2-4, was it still the same process that the individual who received the money would fill in their signature there?
Yes.
Okay. State moves to admit State's Exhibit 31-2-7.
Ms. Tristan, on 31-2-7, which I'm showing you, and I keep pointing over there, I'm not pointing at Dawn, I'm pointing at the purple thing that's in front of her.
Yeah.
Would this have come out of that purple thing?
Yes.
And that was a purple, I call it purple thing, what would you call it, folder?
Purple folder. Yeah.
Purple folder. That purple folder was a folder that you kept with you and had these records in it.
Yes.
And is 31-2-7, is that the original?
Yes.
So this is not, when you made 7 copies of documents, you kept the original in your possession.
Yes.
And that always stayed in your possession in your purple folder.
Yes.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections.
32.2.7 was admitted.
Do you recall why you had said you were directed to change the format by the constable?
Yes.
Did she state why she would want the format changed?
I am not sure.
And based on the event dates listed in this column, does that give you an indication of when the log format changed?
Yes.
And when would that have been approximately?
Say, February 18, right there.
So the very first event date listed is what?
February 18, 2018.
So at least sometime right before that event date when this was utilized, this format changed.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 31-2-6. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
A cash log.
And what does it state at the top?
Rodriguez Park.
And what are the other words?
Cash box and received cash.
So is this recording the same or similar information as the last 3 documents?
Similar information would be, but I would say different receipt numbers.
A different series of receipt numbers?
Yes.
I see. So what are the 4 columns entitled?
Column 1, cash amount. Column 2, receipt number. Column 3, received cash. Column 4, date.
And is this an original document?
Yes.
And is this an original that you kept in your purple binder?
Yes.
And is, apart from the headings on the columns that are typed, is the rest filled out in handwriting?
Yes.
And is this handwriting, in which columns are your handwriting?
Column 1, column 2, column 3.
These are columns.
Sorry. So it would be rows. So 1, 2, 3.
So the whole thing? So,
Not the whole thing, like right here, these.
so there's a lot of handwriting on this.
Yes.
And would you say that most of it is yours?
Yes.
And why would anybody else's handwriting be on this?
It would be whoever's in the a clerk, or if I'm not there or out of office, they would receive the money and they would put the receipt number on the side and then turn it green, meaning we have it in the cash box.
Yeah, there's a lot of colors on these, and I'm going to ask you about all
Oh,
these
yeah,
colors.
that's
So, lots of people had access to these in case you were not available.
Yes.
Now, this document seems a little bit different in that there's not a lot of signatures of officers on it.
Yes.
And why would that be?
There was no signatures, all due to the constable. She didn't want signatures.
So there came a point in time that she didn't want people to sign for the cash anymore?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
No.
Would it have been related to the time and period that this document came into place?
Yes.
So what is the earliest date on this document? Top.
So
I'm sorry, I haven't seen the document yet. It hasn't been offered.
I'm just trying to identify it as different from the other exhibits before I offer it, so that we can identify it better. I'm not going to go into the content until I offer.
You can go up there and see it if you want, Jason. Show it to him quickly.
I would say April 18, 2019. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Ron, I have some.
State would offer State's Exhibit 31-2-6 into evidence.
I would like to briefly go down.
Yep.
Let me make sure I get it right. You did answer that came from your purple folder and that it was the original, but I just want to ask, this document, it was kept in your possession?
Yes.
And so if you gave it to anybody else or made a copy, you wouldn't give them this, you would give a copy of this and you would keep the original?
Yes.
And that remained in your possession the entire time?
Yes.
You want to ask more questions, Scott? I can sit down for a while.
I'm sorry.
No.
I don't have any more right now.
Any objections?
I don't have any objections to
32-2-6 is admitted. Sorry, you're right. I wrote down 31-2-6. Thank you, Dave.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 31-2-6, the document we were just talking about. And I want to talk a little bit about, I want to cover up these microphones. Is this microphone hot, this middle one?
That's the media microphone. That's the last microphone.
Okay. Are all
All three of them.
okay, well, maybe you can go. Thank you. Should have someplace to put it. Okay. So speaking about State's Exhibit 31-2-6, you stated that the difference is some of the names of the officers that were receiving the cash. Is that your handwriting?
Yes.
And would you describe this document apart from the column headings as all being in handwriting?
Yes.
And not necessarily all yours, though?
No.
Okay. And so how would you know whose name to place in the column of received cash?
The constable would just let me know,
Okay.
and I just put the name.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention back to the very top of the column named date. And following down, when is the earliest entry date that you can see on that column?
would be April 18, 2019.
So based on that date, on this particular format, would you say that is when this format went into place?
Yes.
Apart from the signatures no longer being here for the officers, did you obtain the same information to be placed on these cash logs? The receipt number, event date, cash amount, and received by?
Yes.
May I publish to the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm placing on the monitor State's Exhibit 31-3-6. I'm sorry, 2-6.
Yes, two.
So there's an awful lot of green on here. What is the green running across from left to right for each row? What does that mean?
Received cash.
So this is in your purple binder. Somebody comes to the window, give you cash. You find your log and you highlight it in green because green means money and you got money.
And I need it, yeah.
Okay, all right. So I noticed there's one that's not highlighted in green. What does that mean?
The pink one?
Yes.
Yes. It was canceled.
So when a cancellation comes in, how are you able to refund the money?
So they would come to the constable's office and they would be refunded that amount. I'm not certain why it was canceled, but they did come and stop by.
And how do you give them any money back, or are you the one who gives the money back?
Yes.
And where do you get that money from?
It's in the money box.
What is the money box?
It is the box that the clerks have to just add all the checks that we receive within the day or money. But in that circumstance, the money was already given to the constable, but it was just canceled, the event.
So the money was not collected. Is that what you're saying, or it was collected?
I believe it was collected. I'm not sure why it's not in green, but it was collected and they canceled the event or something happened and they got refunded the money back and the constable would just give you that money back.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah.
after it gets canceled, she give it back, and where would you put that money?
In the money box.
And so it was waiting there for the person to come in to collect it?
Yes.
Got it. And we were talking a little bit about the fact that I think everybody's getting used to what your handwriting looks like. You have very neat handwriting. But there are other forms of handwriting on here. Those are not yours, correct?
No.
Okay. And so you had described that as they handled the transaction because you weren't available.
Yes.
So, and when they finished the transaction, where would they place this document?
They would just place it on, there was a binder,
That purple binder? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the purple binder, it gets a lot.
It's been around.
Okay. So at this point in time, when this format came into place, is this the format that remained?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 31-2-8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
Cash log
For?
Rodriguez Park.
Now I noticed at the top, it looks like, oh, okay. So could you please describe what we're looking at the top of this document?
The title, but in the back.
So what is the title?
Rodriguez Park.
And it's not written on the front of the page?
No.
Where's it written?
in the back.
And has it bled through to the front?
Yes.
Okay. Jason, do you want to see which document this is?
Yes. Judge Ambrose?
Yes, you can tell by this. Yeah, it's just actually flat track. That's why it looks like that.
I understand.
So this is 31-2-8.
Got it.
So is this similar to the document I just showed you?
Yes.
And is it the same format?
Yes.
And is this the newer format where they no longer sign?
Yes.
And so what is the earliest date on this document for identification purposes?
February 15, 2019.
And again, on this document, is it in handwriting?
Yes. Half.
So the columns are typewritten, but the remainder is handwriting.
Yes.
As far as the handwriting goes, is it your handwriting?
Some. Yes,
But not
not all.
And is it in different color pens?
Yes.
And it appears that there are actually on a couple of the rows more than, are those signatures? I can't tell. But I just want
Yes,
for
their signatures.
So it does have some signatures on it for the received cash.
Yes.
Is this also one of the documents that was held in the purple binder?
Yes.
Okay, I would move to admit States Exhibit 31-2-8.
Yeah, hold on.
Ms. Tristan, on 31-2-8, you testified that some of it was in your writing. And,
Yes.
And so are you planning to say that the other writing was in Constable Vela's writing?
I am not sure whose handwriting was that there.
Okay. And so I guess the parts that are your writing, and I think I can kind of figure out hers now too. So at the bottom of the date column, those last couple of entries, is that you?
Yes.
And then I guess the bottom of, I guess along that row from cash amount receipt number, is that your writing going along the bottom there?
Yes.
Where it says this person's signature, is that your writing?
Yes.
Okay. This document, as we said, was found there. It's the original?
Yes.
And so this document, when you were asked to make the 7 stacks, I think your testimony was this would have been included because everything in there was included.
Yes.
But when you made those stacks, you kept this original at all times, and the stacks were just copies.
Yes.
And this has always remained in your possession until it wasn't.
Yes.
All right. I don't have anything. The 31-2-8.
Is that minute?
May I publish to the jury?
Yes.
I'm placing on the monitor States Exhibit 31-2-8. I was asking you about a couple of the rows under column received cash where it appears like it might be signatures. It's really very small writing, but it looks different from the words. So your received cash, what is the predominant word that's placed in every single box?
Cash amount?
I'm talking about the received cash. Let me show it to you. I know it's hard for you to see at an angle. So I'm asking you what the word that's placed under the column.
Yes.
And what does yes mean?
The cash was received.
Okay. And so based on the format that has changed, you say cash was received. What does that mean? Who received the cash?
The constable.
So It means that you collected the money from the patron and then gave the money to the constable?
Yes.
So it's no longer about the deputy receiving it who worked?
Yes.
So do you know why, and I think you briefly spoke about it before, why it would be that you no longer have a document that would memorialize when a deputy who worked would receive money? Why is that?
She didn't want me to add anybody's name or her name in the cash log.
Your Honor, the only objection I have is that I'm not really clear where her knowledge is coming from. And so speculation for now.
Okay,
So-
sustained, go ahead and develop it.
How did you know why the name of the officer who worked security was no longer being placed in the received cash column?
It started because
Do you know why? Were you told why?
I don't remember
Okay.
at the time. Yeah.
Okay, but you do have a time frame that when the format changed?
Yes, that would be, I would say, summer of 2019. Yeah.
Your Honor, it's just only because, she said she doesn't remember it on that objection. That's sustained in the jury instructed to disregard her answer. I think she did answer the question.
No, she asked the time frame when it changed.
I'm sorry, this was the next question through, but the question before.
I sustained the objection.
Yes, Your Honor, and I was just waiting to see if she actually had the knowledge, and then the next question established that she did, so now we'd like instruction to disregard on that.
You will disregard that previous answer.
On the very bottom, there's the three last rows of information. In the date column, there is not a date. It shows a word instead of a date. On the very bottom, it has a received date. The one above it, it has constable, and the one above that is constable. However, all the way above it is a date. Why is that those three last rows not a date?
It was these cash logs. They were created at the time for the Rodriguez Park. What is it? That document that she got served for.
So when you were asked to gather records, that is when this document came into being?
Yes.
So this document differs from State's Exhibit 31-2-6, the one with all the green on it. This was actually done, each entry added near the time it was happening, a running log.
Yes.
But this document was not a running log. It was filled in all at one time? Or?
It was kind of like going to each time, but I do not know who
You don't
did
know
it.
that?
Yeah,
That
I
writing?
don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the two words that are constable and received date, that looks like your handwriting.
Yes.
And the very bottom row in blue, the cash amount $160 and the receipt number 844013, that looks like your writing.
Yes.
Is your writing, well, and then if you go up here, let me show it to you because I know you can't see around the corner. Row 7, there appears to be some blue ink. Is that your handwriting?
Yes.
And what does it say?
Eberly's signature.
And what does that mean to you?
It was the deputy signed it.
And because there's a signature in that box?
Yes.
And so for the purpose of the jury seeing it, I'm pointing to the box I was just describing where it says Eberly's signature. Are you familiar enough with Deputy Eberly's signature to know whether or not that is his signature?
No.
But there doesn't really appear, it's really odd, that is it's like in the cash amount column. It doesn't,
Counsel testifying about
Sustained.
Why is a signature in a cash amount column when it should be in a received cash column?
It looks like, I am not sure, but I know that they were,
Okay. Sustained.
So in the received cash column, although we have just described there, it looks like there might be signatures as well. It's
yes.
just kind of illegible. It's hard to say. So let's go back to why this document was created. So we've already shown the jury and talked about State's Exhibit 31-2-4, 5, 6, and 7. And those are all the ones that some of them, most of them have signatures.
Yes.
And these were the cash logs that were running logs. Is that?
Yes.
And these were the ones that were the format and the process that was in place originally.
Yes.
Now, these are only just 4 documents. Would there have been other logs that were older than this that would have reflected similar information?
I don't remember.
Would you remember, as the person keeping these logs in the binder, whether or not at some point in time they may have no longer been needed and then shredded?
I don't remember.
Okay. So, do you recall when the system of keeping a cash log began?
It began with the auditors.
And do you know what date that might have been?
I don't remember.
Was it in the first year that Constable Vela came into office?
Yes, it started off, I would say, when money was received with Constable Vela, that would be with Rodriguez Park from the beginning.
So when she came in, you described that she put into place certain procedures to run Rodriguez Park, and one of those procedures was to accept cash.
Yes.
And so is it at that time that these cash logs came into being?
No, actually, they were I just called the people, and of course, there was no rotation. I just called people, but then now she wanted the money to be received in the office. But I'm not sure when that was.
So let me back up a minute. You called people, so that was when you were not receiving cash. You just called the patrons to say, here's the rules, here's security, all those things that you would prepare them in order to pay an officer.
Yes.
And so you had previously described that they would pay the officer at the event.
Yes.
So at some point in time, that procedure changed.
Yes.
So do you recall when the procedure changed from the patron paying the officer at the event, then now having to come into the precinct to pay cash?
It started with the incident of someone at Reservation didn't want to pay. That's where it opened that.
And so that's what brought it to light?
Yes.
And so then that way the officers would no longer need to worry about fighting with the patron about getting paid?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have a date or a frame of reference of when that might be?
I don't remember.
Was it in the first year?
I would say in the middle of the year.
Middle of the first year, which is
Middle
2017?
of her first, yeah.
And so on the documents that are in evidence, I'm trying to remember the very first date you said. The very first date that you talked about on State's Exhibit 31-2-7 was February 18th of 2018. That's just at least in these, that's the first date in these logs that we have possession of. But at the time that they started bringing cash in, do you think these logs were in effect then?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's talk about, you said these were the existing logs. And I just want to be very
Yes.
clear. States Exhibit 31-2-4, -5, -6, and -7 were existing logs.
Yes.
And now we move to States Exhibit 31-2-8, and you said this is different. Now let's talk about how this document came into creation. Why is 31-2-8 different from -4, -5, -6, and -7?
Well, at the time, they wanted to collect all this information, and they wanted the money receipt serial number to be added and for cash logs to be created.
So hold on, let's back up. You said they. Who are you talking about, they?
Constable.
So the constable, this is in the time frame that they're gathering information.
Yes.
And they're asking for your assistance to gather all the information.
Yes.
Okay. So they've now instructed you, because this is your format, that I assume you're the one that prints out the blank form. Is that in
Yes.
your computer?
Yes.
Okay. And what did they ask you to do with 31-2-8 format? What did they want this document to do?
They wanted to match the receipt and the dates for that document. Can I see that
Sure,
paper?
of course. I'm also going to hand you State's Exhibit 46-2-1. That's your Excel spreadsheet log.
Yes.
It's got receipt numbers that might assist you in remember.
I'm done.
So we're now talking about the exhibit that you were asked to prepare, not a running log. This is after they're being asked to gather records. This is not something that has been in existence over time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what did they want to accomplish by filling in this cash log?
They,
I'm just going to take this presentation.
She is what she was told. What were you told about filling in this log?
Speculation is sustaining.
Did Vela, Constable Vela, ask you to print out this format and do something with it?
yes.
What did she tell you to do?
To match the numbers to the receipt book that's over there.
So I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 30-1 and 31-1. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes.
So what did you do in order to fill in State's Exhibit 31-2-8?
Well, at this one that's right here, it doesn't have I'm not sure who did
Who
the
else
writing.
wrote? Yeah, but you have some of your writing on there.
Yes.
So let's talk about what you wrote on here. It's the very bottom one. Where did you go to get that information?
The book.
She said this one right here, is she still talking about 31-2-2?
Yes.
Yes. So you're making this entry. You need to find the cash amount, the receipt number, received cash, and date.
Yes.
What did you do?
I just added the amount and the receipt number, and it looks like it wasn't completed. It was just too much over time. So at the time, the constable wanted this, but I'm not sure who did this.
Sure.
But she wanted all numbers to be added from the beginning of time, from that time frame that they were asking for, and it was just too much to do.
Oh, too much work to produce all that on that format?
Yes.
Okay, got it. So I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 31-1. It's one of your receipt books. I'm directing your attention to a particular page. What is the top invoice number on that receipt?
844013.
And on the very last row that's filled in with your handwriting, what is the receipt number?
844013.
And what is the cash amount on the receipt?
160.
Go ahead and repeat that louder.
160.
And what is the cash amount filled in the cash log?
160.
And it appears that you were the last person to make an entry on this log, and then it stopped.
Yes.
So I'm showing on the monitor the top receipt, 8440131, and then, let's start this down. I'm also having it compared to the cash log, and so the information from the carbon yellow receipt is what you placed on the cash log.
Yes.
And it appears on this cash log that many other entries occurred similar to what you had ended on.
Yes.
So if I were to go to 8844012, the page before where we were just at, that receipt appears to be Michael Villanueva's receipt. That's not your handwriting, right?
No.
Okay. If I compare that to the entry above yours, then we see that the receipt number 844012 is placed in the column above where you were.
Yes.
And then we also see the amount.
Yes.
In fact, it looks like the same handwriting. So I guess, is it possible that another clerk, Michael, had prepared this?
Your Honor, it's speculation. She's already said she doesn't have that.
She's not here.
Sustained.
Was Michael helping gathering record?
I'm not sure about that, yeah.
But he was the other clerk who worked with you.
Yes.
So you had stated that it was just too much.
Yes.
Who did you tell that to?
The constable.
And why was it that you were telling her your concerns about it just being too much?
It was just too much going to each money, and she wanted it in a certain time frame, and I had my other duties as a civil clerk for precinct 2, so it was just too much.
And what was your response to that?
I don't remember.
Did you have to continue doing the process?
Yes, but I did stop because I just said it's too much, and for that reason, we all met, the constable and I, we all met just to gather all the documents, and that's when she wanted a certain way, and that handwriting, I don't know who did that handwriting, but yeah, it was too much, and it was all scattered, and it was just all messy.
It sounded like a lot of work.
It was a lot of work.
So, and you were having to go in and prepare this in the summer of 2019.
Yes.
So,
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 31-2-9. It's a one-page but double-sided document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's the general description of this?
A cash log.
And is it a handwritten cash log?
Yes.
And do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
Constable.
And I'm going to flip the page over. Whose handwriting is that?
Constable.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 31-2-10. It's a double-sided document. What is that?
Cash log.
And you recognize that?
Yes.
And is it a handwritten cash log?
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
Constable.
I'm going to flip over to the back. Whose handwriting is that?
Constable.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 31-2-11. And what is that?
Cash log.
And is that handwritten?
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
Constable.
I'm going to flip it over to the back. Whose handwriting is that?
Constable.
And so on the bottoms here, throughout the 3 pages, are they numbered?
Yes.
And so on 31-2-9, what is the bottom right-hand number?
1.
And on the back, is there any number?
No.
On 31-2-10, what is the number in the right-hand column?
2.
I'm going to flip it over. Is there a number there as well?
Yes.
What number is that?
3.
And I'm going to hand you what's marked as 31-2-11. Is there a number in the right-hand corner?
Yes.
What number is that?
4.
And I'm going to flip it over. What number is that?
5.
Are these originals?
Yes.
And were they held in the purple binder?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 31-2-9, 31-2-10, and 31-2-11.
That's no work into this far. This is never right.
Excuse me, Mr. Okay, so showing you first 31-2-9. It has front and back. You said that you recognize this as Michelle's writing.
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that all of the writing is in the same color?
Yes.
And would you agree that it's all in blue ink?
Yes.
And would you agree that it all looks to have been written with the same pen?
Yes.
And would that be the same for 31-2-10 and 31-2-11?
Yes.
So you would agree that nowhere on this document does it look like pens of different color were used?
No.
So these exhibits, Don asked you about if they're original. So this is the originals that you had.
Yes.
And these originals, when you got them, these originals stayed in your possession.
Yes.
And you put them in that purple binder.
Yes.
And they never left your possession.
No.
So if you made copies of these for this, did you make copies of this for the 7 stacks?
Yes.
Okay, so if you made copies of these for the 7 stacks, those were copies that went to elsewhere, but the originals always stayed with you until they weren't.
Yes.
Right. No objection. The 31-2-9, 31-2-10, and 31-2-11.
Those are admitted.
And Your Honor, I will briefly approach.
Gentlemen, does anybody need a quick break? I do intend to work until 6, so go ahead and take a 10 or 15 minute break, and then we'll cut out of here at 6.
All right, Andrew.
may be seated. So we have a plan for tomorrow, right? We got the schedule and... 8:30? Yes. No, you don't need to bring those. All righty, State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We just talked about and had admitted several documents, all the cash logs.
Yes. So I just want to be clear. The cash log in 31-2-4, 5, 6, and 7 were the existing running cash logs.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 31-2-8, 9, 10, and 11 are the cash logs that were created for the collection of the documents.
Yes.
So you were previously describing that you had told the constable that it was just too much.
Yes.
And so State's Exhibit 31-2-8 ended on your entry, your partial entry.
Yes.
And on this particular document,
31-2-8, are there different colors of ink on here?
Yes.
What colors are there?
Black, blue.
So it looks like more than one person worked on this?
Yes.
I'm placing 31-2-8 on the monitor, just for the jury to see the difference in colors. So there's black and blue pens being used.
Yes.
However, this was not a running log.
No.
And then I showed you State's Exhibit 31-2-9, 10, and 11. And you stated, whose handwriting are these?
Constable.
And you know that because you're familiar with her handwriting.
Yes.
Sure, as a clerk, you get really familiar with her.
Yes. Expense reports on that.
Yes. So on 31-2-9, 10, and 11,
You know, it's her handwriting. Were you present when she was creating, or present at least some or part of the time when she was writing these documents?
I was present.
You were present for all of them?
Yes.
And why do you remember that?
Because it was, to me, it was a red flag on that part. I just saw her at putting...
To her opinion about there was a red flag is relevant.
she's saying, I'm sorry.
And why she remembers that doesn't go with you, and why she remembers she's the person.
Sustain.
And maybe have an instruction to the jury to disregard.
The jurors will disregard
And
her
it's-
response.
And at this point, we'll move to the trial.
Denied.
So you distinctly remember watching her create these documents?
Yes.
Were you having a conversation as to the information on those pages?
Yes. She wanted a cash log for all of the money that was received in the money log in the receipt book, and she wanted to put a name of the person that worked that event. And the reason for this to be created was who worked that event, and let's see. And it was done by same day.
these were worked on the same day?
Yes,
So was she needing your assistance in providing those invoice numbers?
yes.
Or the, I'm sorry, the receipt numbers? I'm going to play State's Exhibit 31-2-9 on the monitor. So you're sitting with her providing information to her and she's writing it down?
Yes.
So what did you provide to her?
Just saying the receipt number.
And there are 4 columns similar to the original logs.
Yes.
There's a receipt number, event date, cash amounts, and received by. What information were you supplying to her?
The receipt, voided or end date, the amount, and that is all.
So you provided the information on the first 3 columns,
Yes.
and she wrote it down as you said it to her.
Yes.
And where were you getting that information?
From these books.
From those books. So
Yes.
you're sitting there reading the receipt book, and then she's just writing it down.
Yes.
Were you going in any particular order?
Yes. Receipt number.
Okay, so you're going by the oldest receipt first, because it was first in time?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's a column marked received by. Did you supply that information?
No.
Who supplied that information?
Constable.
Was she utilizing anything to know that, for instance, in the first row under receipt number 439521, event date February 18, cash amount 160, there's A Castillo written underneath received by. Was she looking at anything to know that it was A Castillo who worked?
No.
So she was using it for memory? So you saw her look at nothing?
I just
Okay.
saw writing.
She just wrote it in?
Yeah.
So that's 31-2-9. There's a little bit of notation on the back. 31-2-11, does it appear to be the same format?
Yes.
And it has a back side I'm flipping over. And as you guys are going through the receipts, she's taking information from you that you're providing off the receipts.
Yes.
And at the same time, for each column, is she filling in a person's name?
Yes.
So it appears on some of them, the lines are not, all the rows are not, because this is not on any kind of grid paper, right?
No.
It's just a piece of white paper,
Yes.
and it's a blue pen.
Yes.
And then 31-2-11, it's just a continuation of the same.
Yes.
And then this also, now this one, I noted like on this page number 3 from 31-2-10, and even on the front part, page 2, sometimes it just says deputy. There's not a person's name. Did she explain why she just wrote deputy?
I don't know. She was just writing.
She was just writing, okay. Were you talking while, having a conversation while you were doing this?
I don't remember the conversation, but I do remember that it was a busy day, and I was just saying the receipt numbers and the amounts, and that's it. And she was quiet, and she was just writing.
Okay. And then, where were you doing this at?
For this one, it was in the conference room and her office.
So these handwritten ones in her writing that we just described in State's Exhibit 31-2-9, 10, and 11, over a period of time these were written, how long of a period of time did it take to do all of these?
I would say the time frame of her being served, and the day, there was a certain day, I believe that.
I meant as far as the time that you sat down together and actually worked on these pieces of paper.
Same day.
Same day,
Same
and
day.
how much, like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours?
A few hours.
A few hours.
Mhm.
And so, and you were having to, you're sitting there just doing line by line, giving her information.
Yes.
And you have no way of knowing from your receipt who worked.
No.
And you also don't have any security agreements where it might have been notated.
No.
Was she utilizing any of those?
No.
Did you guys take breaks between working on these?
No.
And why was it that after you had mentioned on this one that it was just too much, between this stopping working on State's Exhibit 31-2-8 in the other format with the actual form, how much time lapsed between stopping doing that and beginning doing the handwritten ones? That's all in her handwriting? I mean, if you don't remember.
I don't remember.
But was it close in time?
Close in time.
Did you know whether or not there was a deadline?
Yes.
Did you know what that deadline was?
No, but it was very firm that things needed to be done
And quickly?
quickly.
Okay. Did she explain why it was important that the logs be recreated for the purpose of having the named?
It was just information for for their investigation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these were also kept in your purple binder?
Yes.
And when you made the 6 copies from your, or actually 7 copies from your original, these were all included?
Yes.
By the time you guys were working on these logs, had you already gathered all the previous documents?
Yes.
Were you making copies over time, or did you wait until you had everything to make the copies?
Wait until I had everything, and then I made the copies.
And within it, you produced, you made a copy of that Excel spreadsheet we already showed,
Yes.
and then all of these pages.
Yes.
At the time that you finished making the 7 sets of copies, you put back all your originals in your purple binder and you kept it with you at your desk.
Yes.
What happened to the 7 sets of copies?
They were all given to the constable.
And do you know what she did with them?
No.
Did you have occasion to see her take any of those sets out of the precinct?
I saw one go into her bag.
Her bag, what does that mean?
Into her purse.
Her personal purse?
Personal, yeah.
Did she mention anything about why?
No.
So after you completed that project, was there a need to do anything else with the Rodriguez Park gathering of documents?
No.
So
Did you have anything to do with those documents being turned over to anybody?
Yes.
And what did you have to do with that?
So that's when I met with Bradley.
Okay, let's back up.
Oh,
So you, of course, knew that you had seen the ranger come into the office.
yes.
So was there some sort of incident that caused you concern about the gathering of the documents?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
When it was around, well, it already passed, but it was around the time of when, oh, can you rephrase that?
Sure,
My
sure.
apologies. Sorry.
What date was the incident that, if you recall the date, that caused you concern about the gathering of these documents?
When I met with
Yeah,
Bradley.
looking at the objectives page, just because it's so vague, I don't know if there's an objection or not.
You didn't answer.
Oh, when I met with Bradley.
So why did you need to meet with the Texas Ranger? What happened to make you want to meet with him?
So she got served this document previously that I said that I saw Bradley Freeman go into the office. Then the next day I arrive in the morning and she tells me, you need to watch your back, you need to get an attorney. I am just standing there, I'm like, why? And then that's just alarming when a supervisor is telling you that, why you would be worried, you know?
So you said, somebody said to you, watch your back, you need an attorney. I'm sorry, you have to finish that. Do you need a minute? You're fine. So, the day after Texas Ranger Bradley Freeman came to the office, the next day, who said to you, watch your back, you need an attorney?
The constable.
Did she explain why?
Because she got served and she was just telling me that, and that to me was very alarming, and I was afraid to lose my job. Sorry.
Did you feel like she was holding you responsible for something?
Yes.
What did you think? What was going through your mind that you were being accused of?
Of this, of the park,
What about the park?
that it was my fault or something because I was feeling that way.
So, did she explain why it was that she thought you needed an attorney?
No.
And what, you said it was very alarming.
Yeah.
Were you worried for your job?
I was worried to lose my job. I didn't want to lose it.
You needed your job.
I needed my job. I had bills like everybody else.
Were you worried that you could be in trouble criminally?
Yes.
Could you afford an attorney?
No.
So you're sitting there or standing there, and you're being told by your boss, the constable, watch your back, you need an attorney, and you know that there was a Texas Ranger there just the day before.
Yes.
What was going through your mind that you needed to do?
I needed to do something in that situation. I never have been in that situation, so I am just a clerk. How do I go over an elected official? What can I do? And I just said to myself, well, I wonder if there's a way so I can speak to Bradley. Because I would think in my head, that is my only way, because I feel like I'm in danger.
In danger of what?
Losing my job. I was afraid of retaliation. It was a very hostile work environment. It was just very difficult.
Object to that?
That is sustained. We're gonna break for the day. It's 10 till 6. I will see you guys tomorrow at 8:30. I haven't checked the weather.
Or the traffic.
Go to traffic.
Your Honor, please, instruction disregarding, sorry, I just want to make sure that's good for the record.
The objection was sustained. You're instructed to disregard that statement.
And we would
And I'm going to excuse the jurors. So hang on to your thought.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll see you guys at 8:30.
All right, for the jury. In your books. Yes, I'm ready. Yes.
On the record, ma'am, before I excuse you for the day, you have to understand something. There is a motion in limine. You can talk about talking to the trooper, you can talk about you were afraid criminally, you were afraid to lose your job. You cannot, you have to stop it there. You cannot then go on to say things like hostile work environment, because that violates my order. We're not here on that. We're here on Tampa. So is that clear to you what my order is? Okay. I'm going to ask you to step down while I take this matter up.
May she be excused?
Yes, I was going to tell her she can leave unless you need her.
No, we don't. And she needs to be back.
8:30. Yes, the jurors agreed to be here at 8:30. So start time 8:30 tomorrow. Everybody get an extra shot of espresso. Jason,
Yes.
you have something else?
Yes, Your Honor, we do not believe that the instruction disregard would be sufficient for the jurors to remove that from their minds. To move for mistrial, especially because the hostile work environment is a specific allegation that was made in the other indictment for the misdemeanor official oppression charge. It was the hostile work environment is one of their allegations of how she committed official oppression. So they basically, through this witness, or have allowed this witness, or this witness has on her own, despite, I'm sure, the instructions that they gave her, introduced one of the other allegations that's been made against her. It is serious. The jury will be, we believe that the jury has been tainted to the point that the court instruction in this regard cannot or will not work on them, and that's why we're asking for the case to be mistrial.
All right, well, I'm not going to rule on that. I'll take it up under advisement. I'll tell you first thing in the morning.
And can I comment on that quickly, briefly, Judge?
Yes.
That statement of hostile work environment was not stated that the entire administration was a hostile work environment, whether there was a hostile work environment placed against other employees. That statement, what that testimony stated, seemed to imply that a supervisor and elected official saying, go get an attorney, or watch your back and get an attorney, created a hostile work environment as it pertained to her in that moment. And it was her present sense impressions as she experienced those events.
Look, I get it. She feels that, and I understand this
But I
violation
also-
of my motion to limine, so.
I do not feel like my question.
It wasn't your question.
Okay.
I don't believe the question elicited that.
And I'm not saying the question did, but I am assuming, because this is their star witness, I'm assuming that she has been instructed very, very forcefully by the prosecution not to do that. So the only conclusion the court can draw is that she did it on purpose.
I don't agree with that.
This is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to take it under advisement. I'm going to deny the motion for a mistrial. I have already admonished the witness. So if this happens again, State, after I have admonished her specifically that she cannot do that, because she's going to be on the stand for another day, you're going to have some problems. She can't go rogue and just tell us, all of her feelings about a hostile work environment. That is not this case. So please talk to her again. But I've already admonished her on the record.
Understood, Judge. We'll talk to her again.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone. David is bringing top